Welcome to Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. I'm Steve.
I'm David.
I'm Zane.
And I'm Nish, and we're your hosts for all the amazing things happening at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020.
We've got a jam-packed 3 days about to kick off, so let's head inside and see what you can expect this year. All right.
All week long here at the Fira Gran Via, we are going to have thousands of technology innovators who are all coming together for a truly transformational experience. I'll tell you, David, you can really feel the energy here in the building, can't you?
Absolutely, Steve. Some of the most creative people in the industry are going to gather here to share ideas and learn from each other, network with like-minded individuals, and fuel their personal and professional growth.
We'll be bringing all the action directly to you, so make sure you keep tuning in throughout the week for all the new and exciting content. Search Cisco Live Europe and use the hashtag CLEUR to join in the conversation.
We're going to kick off the week with our opening keynote and hear Cisco leaders share the latest innovations that are going to transform your business, our industry and the world.
So many learning opportunities are in store. I'm thrilled to hear and learn from our inspiring Cisco execs on a whole range of topics during the innovation talks that will help you make possible.
And with the technical education program, we're showcasing how Cisco is improving business and supporting our customers.
Brand new this year, we're going to have our Master Series channel. They're going to bring you some of the speakers from all across Cisco Live Barcelona 2020, so check that out.
Cisco Live is a great place to get one-to-one advice from Cisco experts. Throughout the conference, we're going to sit down for in-depth conversations right here live in the Cisco TV studio.
But of course, we are not just listening. We are going to be getting hands-on all week long with some amazing technology, edge to edge across the world of solutions. Also, right back here in the DevNet zone.
At the end of the week, Richard Browning, founder and chief test pilot of Gravity Industries, will be flying in with his jet suit for our closing guest keynote.
We've got an amazing week coming up here and we hope you'll come along for the ride, join in the fun and share it with us.
If you happen to miss some of it live, don't worry about that. We've got you covered with everything available on demand at CiscoLive.com.
Thanks for joining us and get ready for an amazing week here at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020.
And we are officially live, coming to you from your Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. Welcome, everyone. So glad to have you here on the live broadcast, the live stream. Stay with us all week long. We are about to have so much fun over the next few days. You're going to meet amazing people. You're going to hear incredible information. We want you to be a part of every single bit of it as we go. Remember, reach out to us on social media using hashtag CLEUR, wherever you like to connect, whether it's on Insta or Twitter or Facebook or LinkedIn or you name it. Reach out to us and I promise we will be reaching back to you all day long. But again, welcome, welcome, welcome. So much excitement. We are just about 15 minutes away from our incredible opening keynote. Dave Geckler, Wendy Mars kicking things off for us. We're going to talk about that keynote coming up shortly and you don't want to miss a minute of it. Right now I've got another great host in the studio with me. You guys all know me, but here's somebody new for you to meet. You just saw him in the video. Zane Powell hanging out next to me, straight out of Scotland, Mr. Zane Powell.
Thanks very much, Steve. And you said I'm great, so I can definitely be
You
friends.
are great. We've covered all of that.
Yeah,
you're all good now.
And I'm definitely from Scotland, so big shout out to all the Scottish team. I know that there's clients here, there's customers, and also the Scottish team, so hi guys. And you know, it's great, Steve. I've only been at Cisco for 6 months. I'm actually on the graduate program here, so to get along to this event is absolutely amazing. I'm just so excited to get started and see what's coming.
And I'll tell you, over the last couple of days, as you and I have been talking, the amount of passion that you bring to this is really indicative of what we hear from the people who are in Barcelona with us, from those of you who stream live. And by the way, if you, like Zane, have never been to a Cisco Live before, first of all, you've got to get down to the show. But being here for that very first time, Zane is going to be like your eyes and ears. His first exposure to this conference, I think you're going to relate to a lot of what Zane has to say. So we're excited to hear from you all week long. Unique perspectives. Yeah. Let's meet a couple of our other hosts as well. We're going to go out live to the crazy keynote show floor, which is already loading up quickly. You met one of our continuing hosts here at Cisco Live on the TV team, but also we have a brand new host with us, David Dela Cruz. So David, Nish, can you guys hear me wherever you are out there?
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Zane. I'm so excited to be here back at Cisco Live Barcelona 2020. So my name is Nish Parker. I'm based in London. I work in our security sales team, and I'm here with a brand new host for 2020. David, how are you doing?
Hi Nish, I'm doing great. My first Cisco Live here in Barcelona. I am beyond excited. It's crazy in here. There's like a drum band playing right next to us. I'm really excited to see what the week to come is going to be like.
I mean, the energy in here is just incredible. I'm having to shout over the mic. There's drummers, there's so many people filling up ready for the keynote. And I'm here, just found my good friend, Jerry Elliott. So Jerry, you're our Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing. What are you excited about for the week? How are you feeling?
I am so excited to be here at Cisco Live. This is my second time in EMEA, and we are here with record-breaking attendance from our customers. Over 18,000 of our best customers and partners are here in Barcelona. I couldn't be more excited.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Keep checking back with us. We'll have more people to interview.
I will keep checking back with you. I can't believe that you got Jerry right out of the gate there. Talk about a terrific score. Well done. And Nish, boy, can you tell the excitement for Nish out there? Our voice just went up like 4 octaves and all of a sudden, but I'm telling you, it gets so crazy, so busy out there on the show floor, and it's exciting. I've got to bring in our own Chintan Patel here into the conversation, our great chief technologist here at Cisco, and I love that we get you right here in the opening show because this is technology, technology, technology. It is the personalities, it's the communication, the connections, the learning, the certifications, but it comes down to the tech, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. What an exciting time to be here. I think this is the biggest Cisco Live in EMEA. 18,000 people, as we said, on the show floor. Incredible, right? And so many more watching online. So, it's just great to be able to bring that excitement to the masses, as it were.
It's growing so quickly, and when we talk about the number of people that we had here last year, the quantity of growth, the word is catching on. It took a little while for people to begin to get the concept of exactly what this event is all about. Again, the intent, the excitement of it all, the thrill of being in the room and getting access to everyone, including a lot of the executives and people like you. How often do people get to walk up and actually talk to Chintan? We've got you right here on set with us.
Oh, it's great to be here. And one of the stats I saw the other day where nearly 1/3 of the people here are first timers. So it's great to hear that there's so many new people coming to the event, hearing about the technologies which are so foundational to everything in the world today.
It's so true. We need to get personal. You actually were doing a bit of research on Chintan, right?
Yeah, so I was doing a bit of research, and you know what, Steve? I'm lucky enough. I see Chintan every single day at work, and
do I need to be worried about this, or are you guys okay?
No.
Keep that secret.
Yeah, right,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
That's personal.
Now, a little birdie told me that actually we're lucky to have Chintan here because the likes of the BBC and Sky News are actually chasing Chintan to get some interviews. And I believe you spoke to the BBC recently, Chintan.
We did. We had a great opportunity to share what we're doing around the Internet of the Future. It's great that these organizations want to hear what Cisco is doing, what we're doing globally around technology. The internet and technology play such an important role in everything that we do. We celebrated some big milestones last year. There was a big birthday. The internet turned 50. Can you imagine that? Not only the internet turning 50, but also the World Wide Web turned 30. The biggest application on the internet. And then the way we access the internet today through our mobile devices using Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi turned 20. So it was really a seminal year for technology. And so, Cisco being involved in all of these areas, these organizations want to hear from us.
Absolutely. As I look down in the Highboy, we're going to talk a little bit more, but we've got about 11 minutes before the keynote kicks off. Again, stay with us here on the broadcast. And once again, as you ramp up excitement along with us, hashtag CLEUR, please send us your thoughts, photos, images, videos, ideas of what we're going to hear. We are going to head back out to the crazy keynote floor, and I think Nish is standing by, maybe with somebody there in the crowd. Nish, great to see you.
Thank you. Yes, I just bumped into my good friend, Shelley Blackburn. Shelley, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm so excited. You're one of the most amazing women in tech I know, and I'm lucky because I get to work with you in our security team. So how are you feeling for the week? Are you excited?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I love Cisco Live. As being an engineer in Cisco, this is like the Disneyland of Cisco. So it's a great time.
And is this your first Cisco Live?
Oh my goodness. I think I've been here, I'm going on 15 to 20 times. So, Cisco, 20 years. So Cisco Live it's the mecca of our engineering team. So
what's changed over the last few years you've been here?
Well, first of all, the number of women here, I have to do a big shout out. The number of women here is fantastic. But I would just say the energy for Cisco Live is different than I've ever seen. Obviously, the number of products, the number of people, it has been fantastic.
And we have a Women of Cisco event coming up later this week, so I'm really excited about that. Now, you are part of an exciting security event on Monday, right, for our attendees. So tell us a bit about that event.
The event was fantastic. So we had partners, over 100 partners at the event. We had CISOs at our event. Security is the place to be. And so I'm very excited to be here.
And what are you most looking forward to this week?
What was that?
What are you most looking forward to this week?
I am looking forward to customers, partners, the announcement of many of our products, where we're headed, and of course, just seeing great people like yourself.
Thank you, Shelley. So you mentioned 20 years you've been here at Cisco. Now, that number 20 actually resonates with me a lot, because over the last 20 years, we've also had Net Academy students. That Cisco has really changed their lives. So let's take the video about Net Academy.
Are we going back live here? Okay, actually, we're going to go back to me, Nish. No, not your issue at all. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take the Net Academy information. We're going to move it to a different segment here in our broadcast, but I appreciate it. Nish can't hear a thing out there. You can tell that they're all just keeping up with the excitement on it. Again, we're about 8.5 minutes away from the keynote. Before we get to that, though, Chintan, because we have you here, you are a specialist in so many different areas. And as we talk about the nature of technologies here at the event, Kubernetes, Hyper-V, data center infrastructure, we're going to talk all week long about public and private cloud. The multi-cloud environment is growing, building security, device management, threat prevention, on and on. What do you see as being some of the bigger and broader trends that we are going to see this week here at the event that may take a level above what we have talked about at past Cisco Lives?
Look, I think first of all, it's such an exciting time to be in technology. I think, and some of the things that we're doing at Cisco are really pivotal and foundational because they're the building blocks of the internet. And I mentioned earlier some of those stats around how the internet's growing, how important it is to all of us. We reached, again, a seminal moment last year where a 50-50 moment where 50% of the world came online. We've got the next 50% to go. And so what we're doing is building the foundational blocks of what are we going to require to put into the infrastructure and kind of the fabric of the internet to take us and propel us forward. So you're going to hear about that because that really is the internet of the future that we're building. You're going to hear about the application space. More importantly, because that's how we interface with technology. We use apps. We whether it's in our cars, whether it's in our homes, whether it's on our devices, applications play such a critical role because they're the interface into the business and the processes that we all run as customers. So you're going to hear a lot more about that because the way applications are being designed, the way they're being deployed and ultimately consumed by every single one of us are being dramatically changed by all those technologies that you talked about, that containerization mode. And so we've got some really cool things that we're working on as a company, which we'll be announcing this week, which will really help propel that for the developers and the DevOps organizations in our customers. And then clearly, as we get more connected, we have to become more secure. And that's such a critical part. So you'll hear more about what we're doing in security, not just security, both in the carpeted space, but in the non-carpeted space as well. So how we're taking cybersecurity and putting it pervasively throughout everything that's connected onto our infrastructure.
And I feel that there's such positive and negative working together in balance. Excuse me, positive in that we expand out the capability of the apps, but of course the negative aspect of that is we increase the threat landscape at the same time, which is why security needs to become native to every single thing that we do. That interconnectivity is so vital, right, Zane?
Yeah.
But as we do better and better at it, no company is approaching it like Cisco because nobody else has the depth and breadth of Cisco to bring all those capabilities together.
Yeah, and you know what, you're touching on a few points here, and there's something, Chintan, I really want to ask, and I know you do a lot of work on this around the UK, is DevNet and programmability. How does that play and fit into exactly what Steve was saying?
It's such a huge area. I mean, where, if you're here, you'll see DevNet is absolutely everywhere. It's such a key part of our strategy. DevNet's big here because we've announced our certifications, and there's many engineers who are taking those certifications. They're important because we've added DevNet capabilities across our portfolio. So whether you're working on App Dynamics, whether it's Meraki, whether it's our security portfolio, whether it's our DNA Center and our networking products, we've added APIs and software development kits across all of that environment so that people can program and build on top and build the application environment. So not only is it the ability to extend into new applications, but also new skills for people and new skills for engineers in this world of automation.
Such an incredibly exciting time. Stay with us, Chintan. As I look down here, we were just about 5 minutes away from the opening keynote. Again, so excited about this, but we're going to head back out to the excitement of the keynote show floor and our own David Dela Cruz. Hello, David. Can you hear me at all out there?
It is a real struggle, Steve. I'm not sure if you can hear, there's like drum line back here. I don't know if we can get a shot of that. It's pretty impressive, but also incredibly loud. It's really exciting in here. The place is starting to fill up. The atmosphere is really electric. But I've actually just run into a colleague, Emma, who's our VP of Marketing for EMEA. Hi, Emma. Thanks so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Hello. Welcome.
So, Emma, you've been to a few Cisco Lives, I'm guessing. What would you say are you most excited about for this year?
Oh, I love a Cisco Live. I love the opportunity to spend time with customers on our customer advocacy stand, the Gateway. I'm going to go and explore the Cisco Investments Village, where these 8 new startups and brand new innovative technology. I'm going to spend time in the world of solutions at some of the demos and some of the innovation talks. So I'm ready to be inspired as well.
Absolutely, awesome, thank you. And if there was one session you would say that's not to be missed, what would that one be?
Oh, crikey, that's really hard. I like to hear, so we did this for the first time last year, where within the Gateway, customers are speaking to customers, so it's hearing from your peers, and I think those customer stories will be really interesting, so I'm going to definitely spend time on that stand.
Absolutely, I was at the Gateway stand yesterday, and it's really cool. If you're a customer and you love Cisco and you want to talk about it, there's an opportunity to get heaps of prizes. In fact, if you do 4 of the challenges here on site, you get access to a special Gateway lounge with massages and beer and all sorts of really fun things. For a Cisco Live first-timer, this is my first time in Barcelona, what would you say are your top 3 tips for it?
Top 3 tips. It's like anything in life. The more you put in, the more you get out. I think if you don't do anything else, you spend a good day or 2 in the world of solutions. This is the chance to have those live demos and really get to know the technology. So I think there's 130 demos available. So pick your priorities and just demo away.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for your time, Emma. And I think we're heading back to Steve, Zane, and Chintan in the studio.
We are. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate it. Boy, if Emma didn't just nail it right there, right? That's what it's all about. The more you put into it, the more you get out of it. You guys were talking about this a few minutes ago, off over here to my right. We've got just over 2.5 minutes before we go live to the keynote. Incredibly exciting. Chintan, I want to take one more moment with you. Sure. We are going to hear a lot about the Internet of the Future coming up in this keynote. Give us a little preview. What can we expect?
Well, look, this is probably one of the biggest things we've announced as a company. We've spent years on the engineering and record investments. 3 key areas. We need the Internet of the Future because of the things that I just talked about earlier, but 3 key areas that we're building as a company. So right down from the silicon. So these are the chips that actually power. They're the brains of the Internet. Think of that as the engine of a car. So again, we've tremendous innovation in engineering in that space. Then it's the optics. It's the optical networking that actually connects the switches and routers in the backbone. It's great having all that processing power at the edge, but if you can't actually transport that data and the huge amounts of it, take this for example, in the next 2 years, more traffic will cross the global internet than in the last 50 years. So that's the kind of thing we're sizing up for. And then the software that sits on top of that helps orchestrate that. We live in a world of automation now where we simply need humans and machines to work together, and so that software orchestration layer at the top will be really instrumental in making the Internet of the Future a reality.
It's fantastic. I am incredibly excited about this. And again, for those of you watching on the live broadcast, we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds out. The keynote is going to take about 90 minutes or so. We're going to hear from so many people. Wendy Mars, David Geckler, Scott Harrell, Liz Santoni, who are going to be back with a live interview with Liz coming up immediately at the back end. And Liz also is going to guide us into our first innovation talks of the day. We have 5 great innovation talks that we're going to introduce you to. So it kicks off with the keynote to really set the stage for the entire week, but also for the year ahead, for all of 2020 and what we're doing at Cisco. But then those innovation talks will carry us through the day and through the week. Great information. Liz will be a part of it. Sri Srinivasan, Alistair Wildman will be in on it, Jonathan Davidson, an amazing crew coming up in this keynote. Let's just get one last maybe 10-second thought from each of you before we go back out. Zane, let's start with you.
It's all about IoT for me, Steve. I can't wait to hear what Les Santoni has to say.
Love it. What do you think, Chintan?
DevNet, there's a lot of things happening here at the show, and hear about the certifications, hear about what we're doing across the portfolio.
Absolutely. I can see that Nish is still out there. I don't think we have time. I think we've only got about 20 seconds or so to go. But again, you can see the feed going back out there. As the excitement continues to grow and build, I encourage all of you, again, if you've never been here before, you want to get down to the show, hashtag CLEUR. We're going to head to the keynote live. We'll see you on the other side. Enjoy.
Beats boom 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 boom. High speed goes zoom 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 zoom.
Please welcome President of Cisco EMEA, Wendy Mars.
Boom, 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 boom. My heart beats boom, 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 boom. Heartbeat goes.
Hello and welcome to Cisco Live in Barcelona. You have come from all across Europe, Middle East, Africa, Russia, and beyond to be here with us. And we're all here because we believe in technology. We are excited about technology. We believe that it provides answers to many of the challenges that we face on a daily basis. But also, we believe that it creates opportunities for us for challenges that we didn't even know existed years ago. We all have a musculoskeletal reflex, but in addition to that, we have a digital reflex. And did you know that actually 61% of us admit that the first thing we wake up in the morning, we actually go straight to our digital device before we even talk to anybody? And actually, I, like many of you, will use multiple digital devices first thing in the morning, be that engaging before I go for breakfast, engaging with Alexa, engaging with a robot to do the housework. Now, as we're so reliant on those digital services, when they don't work, 44% of us admit that we actually use bad language, and I mean out loud. So we're actually dependent, we're hooked, and we love it. We are, as consumers, we can have what we want. We can have whatever we choose, and we are able to make very well-informed choices. And of course, we expect things instantly. We require from our suppliers not only the products and the services capability that we know that we're interested in, but also we look at integrity and values associated with those organizations as well. We are in a wonderful place as consumers. The internet truly has built our expectations sky high. And if we look through that telescope, we see a wonderful world full of possibilities. We're like a child in a sweet shop. Whatever we want, we can have whatever we want, and we want it now. But actually, the expectations of the internet of the future have built more than ever before. Now, actually, if you look through the other end of the telescope, we find ourselves in a very different place. That's where actually it's back to us, all of us here in this room. We have to deliver on those digital services. We have to deliver them in a unique and a personalized way with the highest standards of integrity and trust that our customers expect. So actually, life at this end of the telescope, put bluntly, is a little bit harder. Actually, sometimes it's a lot harder. But actually, there's going to be days when you find that you feel everything is out of control. Problems for us will be opportunities, or feel like they are, for our competition and for startups that are out there. But we have whole industries are being reshaped, and they're reshaping as the way that we shop changes, the way that we date changes, the way that we exercise changes, and also the way that we relax changes. New technology is being introduced that, of course, may help to solve some of these challenges. New technology in the form of robotics, of security, of AI, and also 5G. But actually, what's most important, that all of this new innovation and new technology provides value to your business. Because at the end of the day, it is all about the use case that is relevant for you. So whilst you may feel that sometimes you're in the center of that vortex, surrounded by stormy weather swirling around you, and you're actually at the risk that digital disruption will hit your business and hit your industry, and it may hit it really hard. But you know, we are all in this together. Those disruptors for us at Cisco came in the form of cloud, of SaaS delivery models. You may have that same experience in your business or others. Actually, they're more specific to the environment in which you operate in. But we all will travel through this together. And actually, if I look at this and think about digital transformation overall, whilst this can feel overwhelming, there are three main things that are so important to work on. It's actually the business model. So with that, as our business models evolve, which of course they do with this transformation agenda, thinking about how we innovate constantly in our portfolio, innovating in our portfolio to stay attractive to our customers. Also making sure that we deliver a phenomenal customer experience at all times. It's about the business operations, making sure that we think about our processes, our tools, and our systems, and how we run our businesses efficiently. But also, maybe most importantly, it's about our people and the culture that we operate with. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have that, the transformation will not happen, never mind operate smoothly. And of course, as you look at these things, every change that you make in one of these three areas from a business requirement creates a technology change requirement. And that technology change requirement may be a new connection, it may be new requirements from an analytics perspective, or it may be a new process. And of course, as I think about this, for me it feels like a wheel. As you look at this graphic, it feels like a wheel. It's important to keep it balanced. And any change, even if it's a slight change at the center, can result in a really significant change at the edge. So you have to manage through it in the right way. And as you think about that wheel, if you move too slowly, it will fall over. If you move too fast, you will lose control of the direction in which you're going. And if you get it wrong, the wheel will buckle and it will break, and then you end up going nowhere. But if you get that right, you will have a fabulous force multiplier. You will be in control of your direction. You will have the velocity that you need, and you will get to the destination of your dreams. But you know, it's tough, it's exciting, but it takes time. But in addition, for us within this region, this is an exciting region for all of us to be in. It's very diverse with all of the different countries that we operate within. But within that diversity, we have strong and unifying forces that hold us together. We lead the conversation in the world in many different topics as well. And one of the key elements that we talk about is trust and privacy. It's important for all of us. You push us quite rightly on transparency, on trust, on privacy and security. And you do that because they are key conversations that you are having with your customers. And quite rightly, you should push us on that. And did you know it's actually Data Privacy Day today? Europe has led the conversation within GDPR. And actually, it's important for us now within the Middle East and Africa regions as well. Data and data sharing are very important and foundational for us from this digital transformation journey. In Europe, the conversation is about data sharing. Actually, in the Middle East and Africa, it'll be about the data movement. So governments, engagements, and conversations are getting more involved there, thinking about regulation and how do we manage through some of those different steps as well. And what does this mean? It impacts how we share stuff. And it's that, of course, is critically important for us. But in addition as well, it is really important our customers care about our sense of purpose, our values and our purpose as organizations. The European Parliament and Commission is looking at how do we use technology not only to drive economic value, but also societal value. And of course, as we manage through this transformation, thinking about how we do this in an inclusive way, an ethical way, and also looking at the sustainable elements and meeting our sustainability targets. Thinking about skills and thinking about diversity elements as well. The European Commission under Ursula von der Leyen has recently introduced with her Green Deal the promise to try and get Europe from a continent standpoint to be carbon neutral by 2050. And also here within Spain, within the new government, one of the top 3 priorities is actually on climate change. So as we think about this week ahead, we are in a world of continuous change, and technology has been the cause of a lot of that. But actually, technology is the answer also to a lot of that and provides a huge amount of solutions. So you will be thinking in the week ahead about how you evolve the requirements in your business and what that means for your applications. You'll be thinking about how you secure your data, how you transform your infrastructure in order to always be agile and to be ready, and how you empower your teams. But also, for those of you who are taking certification exams this week, I wish you good luck. I know from my own experience back in 1998, when I took the CCIE, just how hard that is, but also I know how it's worth it when you get there. So I wish you good luck with that. Now, we're going to transition to David Geckler and the engineering team. We're going to get techie, but first, let's go to the video.
I want to create stories that take people through new worlds like a roller coaster. Movies have been around for about 100 years, and the communal experience in a dark room shared with a bunch of strangers, that's not going away. But it's how that experience changes over time. We're always looking for how we can project better, how we can shoot it better, how we can make it sound better. And the faster technology gets, the better it is for a creative person. 260 terabits a second. That sounds like a very scary thing. I don't even know what it is. It sounds like a dinosaur. But I talked about my dreams if you could do games and you can make the experience much more realistic. The faster you're able to transmit heavier images, the better your experience will be. Filmmaking is a creative medium that uses a lot of people. You need to be connected, and connected really well. An average 2-hour movie is about 2,000, 2,500 shots. This one has 7,000 shots. Visual effects from Singapore, London, Canada, Germany, San Francisco, Los Angeles. As networks get faster and more robust, I'll be able to talk to all the artists, and it'll have the different countries up there, so they're all hearing me. I'll be able to do it all right there. I see all this on the horizon. Technology is in its infancy, but it's building and it's growing faster. And I see that happening with Cisco.
Between the film industry as it is and the film industry as it will be, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Please welcome EVP and GM Networking and Security Business, David Geckler.
All right, good morning, everyone. Everybody ready to go? Everybody ready to talk some technology? Thanks, Wendy, that was a fantastic start. All right, it's always great to be back in Europe. It's also really good to be back in Barcelona for the start of Cisco Live. This is a fantastic week if you're a Cisco engineer, because we get to talk about all the stuff that we've been building, sometimes for years before we get here and start to talk about it. Now, it's also great if you're in my position, is you get to start with a video like that. You get somebody like Michael Bay to create a video for you, one of the most innovative people in the world. And I have kind of two takeaways from that. First of all, we need to explain to Michael what a terabit is. It's not a dinosaur. So we're going to go work on that. That should be pretty straightforward. But the really interesting part of it is here you have somebody that's one of the most creative people in the world talking about technology is in its infancy, and we're just getting started. And that's kind of amazing for all of us, because we've been doing this our whole careers. This whole thing has been moving so fast. Feels like we're going so quick. Technology is evolving so fast. And here are the people that are using this technology, and they're talking about, wow, this is just in its infancy. If I start to look and see what I can do with all this technology, it's amazing. And that's what's so exciting about what we're going to do here today. Not only are we in Barcelona to kick off Cisco Live, we're here to kick off Cisco Live 2020. So a start of a whole new decade of technology that's going to start right here. And if we look back, let's look back at the last decade. What happened? It really was about the application. It was the rise of the application. Whatever we want to call it, there's lots of words for it. There's the rise of the application economy. There's every business is a software business. There's digitization, whatever you call it. There's been all of these accelerants, cloud computing, the mobile ecosystem, data science, that have really, really accelerated the development of the most sophisticated applications in the world, and they drive everything we do. Application is king. Towards the end of that decade, the infrastructure business that we're all a part of started to keep up, started to catch up. It's only been less than 3 years ago that we announced intent-based networking. And what I think this decade is going to be about is how these two worlds come together even more seamlessly to power this world of the most advanced applications. As Michael Bay said, we're just getting started, and we're going to talk about a lot of that technology here today. All right, last year on this stage, I spent a lot of time talking about a multi-domain architecture, about what Cisco is driving to transform all of the infrastructure. It's not just about innovating in one part of your infrastructure. It's not just how you evolve your campus network, or how we evolve the data center, or the multi-cloud environment. It's how we bring this all together into a multi-domain architecture to build that integrated, automated, and secure infrastructure to drive that world that the people like Michael Bay are going to innovate on top of. But let's zoom up for a second. We're going to talk about more than that here today. We're going to cover the whole portfolio. We're going to talk about all the outcomes that you need to drive. And at Cisco, we think about 4 of those. 1, how do you reimagine your application? We're going to start with that. 2, how do you secure your data? One thing that's not going to change from the last decade to this decade is the importance of security. It's been the number 1 or 2 CIO concern for years and years, continue to be that way. Cisco's largest enterprise cybersecurity company, we're driving that portfolio across the entire infrastructure. 3, how do you transform your infrastructure? Intent-based networking, we talked about that. And 4, empowering your teams. We're going to talk about the collaboration portfolio, but it's more than that. It's our customer experience team, and how do we work with you? It's DevNet. How do all of us change to deal with the new technology we're using every day? All right, let's get started. We got a lot to cover. There's a lot of things we've been working on we're going to talk about here. I got all kinds of friends that are going to come up and talk about them. But before we jump into it, I want to introduce one person that's sitting in the front row up here. All you people should know, Jerry Elliott here, Global Head of Sales and Marketing for Cisco. Jerry, welcome. All of you have a tremendous advocate in Jerry and her entire team at Cisco. All right, I'm going to keep us grounded as we go through all of these, because again, it's a big portfolio. There's lots of stuff to cover. There's lots of innovation we've been driving. We're going to start with the application. Where better to start? We're going to start with the application, talk about the evolution of the portfolio around app dynamics and what we've been doing. But I want you to really pay attention to this, because there's going to be some surprising things that come out here. All right, Danny Whitaker leads that business for us. Danny, take it away.
Thank you, David. Good morning, everybody. So, as David said, applications over the past decade have moved from this role that they used to have of supporting our business to now playing a role where they actually are our business. And this has put all of us in IT under a lot of pressure. We're being expected to support constant change across hybrid multi-cloud environments that have to now keep pace. Our developers on those environments have to keep pace with the demands of experience-driven digital businesses. And this is really hard, right? Because the environments that we're all operating in have become enormously complex. We have different layered technology stacks across public and private cloud and traditional data center technologies. And it begs for us the question of how do we actually manage all of this exploding complexity and the constant change without breaking things, making sure that these applications that we're delivering remain flawless, which they have to do. Well, the way we need to do that is we need to get visibility to see what's going on, but visibility is not enough. We also need a lens through that visibility that allows us to actually prioritize what is really important so that we focus on what matters most and can avoid and eliminate the distraction of all of that noise, right? This is what App Dynamics does, right? What App Dynamics does is we tag and trace each component within your hybrid multi-cloud application and the calls among and between all of those components. And once we do that, we're able to monitor key performance indicators for the technical performance of the application, but we also correlate those to business performance metrics that actually are the ultimate thing that you need to accomplish as a business, right? Because the business, again, is inside that application. And we do this through the lens of what we refer to as a business transaction. And you can think of a business transaction as a pathway through your application to deliver a key outcome for your users, right? So while this is a powerful lens, we're really excited today that we're going to be introducing an additional new lens, and it complements the business transaction. So the business transaction allows you, when something goes wrong on the back-end components of your application, to immediately pinpoint what went wrong on the back end and look through that lens and focus right there on that root cause. The new feature that we're introducing today is going to complement that by giving you a view on the front-end user experience, where the screens are that the user is actually seeing on the front side of their application. So what I'd like to do is jump in and let you take a look at how this feature actually works. So here you see App Dynamics monitoring a fictional application, an application we call Next Gen Financial. And like most businesses, they rely upon their mobile and their web applications in order to interact and deliver all of their products and services to their customers, just like you would expect from an online bank. And you can see that they offer things like insurance quotes and loans and online bill pay. And App Dynamics is looking at the key business metrics at the top of the screen. And you can see that we actually have a problem, a yellow warning, on the dollars that are being generated by the insurance quotes. Down below, you see a list of all of the individual business transactions. Those business transactions are, again, those pathways through the application that are delivering those key outcomes. We've got a couple issues there as well. You can see that we've got a challenge with quotes being sent, and then further down in the middle, we've got a challenge with response time on applying discounts. Wouldn't it be helpful if we could actually correlate these different warnings through that lens of user experience in order to understand if and how they're related and what we should do about it? That takes us, if we click on the 450K warning, directly into the new feature that we're announcing today. This is the App Dynamics Experience Journey Map. It uses AI and machine learning in order to automatically map the journey your users are taking through the actual front-end screens that make up this application. And you can see that it's found 3 top journeys through the application that, of course, correspond to the top business metrics that we started with, right? So you can see that we have there the paying the bills, the loans, and the quoting. And if you follow the quoting journey, the bottom one of the 3, you shouldn't be surprised to see that, in fact, there is a problem with applying discounts, because we saw that in the prior screens. And we're there able to see not only that we have a technical problem, but you can also see that it's correlated to an important business metric, which is user abandonment, right? So we're losing 70% of our users at that stage in the journey. But just as importantly, if you follow that path through the journey all the way to the quotes being sent, you'll notice that there's no user experience problem there, right? Our abandonment is the same as normal, and our technical performance is the same as normal on that screen, even though we saw on the back end that there were some technical issues with components there. So we can click in and get more detail, but what we've learned now is that we actually don't need to immediately prioritize the quotes being sent. We need to focus our efforts on the challenges of applying discounts, because that's what's actually affecting our users. And so we can now go up and click on dashboards and reports and go dig down deeper. App Dynamics has a wealth of additional information. And we can begin to drill in and say, okay, let's look at what's going on in the stack that is supporting the application. So we've got some challenges on the application servers and on the VMs, but we know from the prior view in the in the experience journey map that we need to worry more about the discount services and the VMs there than we do about the application server problem on quotes being sent. Now, with any other APM tool, this is where we'd likely get stuck, because we would have siloed information for the app ops team and separate siloed information for the infrastructure ops team, and we'd get into pointing fingers at each other and not know how to come to agreement on what the real source of the problem is. But I'm excited to let you know that we have another new innovation that we're announcing today. And so to help me with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Liz Santoni, on stage to help us troubleshoot. Liz? Hi, Liz.
Hi, Danny. I can help you with that.
You think so?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
To do that, I've got to go into InterSight. And actually, before I do that, let me do a brief summary, because I can't expect that everybody would know what InterSight is about. So think about InterSight as our management as a service platform. So our customers actually use it to set up and manage their UCS servers, their HyperFlex clusters, their storage arrays, and it actually does the full lifecycle management of the infrastructure as well. So think things like firmware versions, OS upgrades. And it is a cloud service, so it can connect back to Cisco. And so if you have a machine that's not well, it can actually log a service request with Cisco TAG, send things like logs and files, and do this with very minimal human intervention. So we can get to root cause much faster. But today I'm excited to announce that we have new capabilities within InterSight, and it's called the Workload Optimizer. So let's go into what the Workload Optimizer looks like. So the first thing that you see when we launch the Workload Optimizer is a dependency graph on that left side. Each of those circles actually represent a different entity. What the dependency graph is saying is that each one of these entities is dependent on something else or uses those resources. So here, as you can see, we have 11 business applications. They're dependent on a number of app servers, VMs, and it goes all the way down to the storage LUNs, to the servers, even down to the switch ports. So in a sense, what it's doing is it's giving you a view of everything from the infrastructure all the way to the application. Now, the question would be is, how does InterSight get to know all of this?
Yep.
We actually make API calls to all of those entities. And we're able to find out the immediate dependency of each one of this, correlate it, connect it, and it builds out the dependency graph. Now, the Workload Optimizer also has a new capability which is a recommendation engine. And that recommendation engine pulls together performance, efficiency, compliance constraints. It takes a look also at historical usage patterns. It can spit out a bunch of actions in terms of saying, here's what you need to do in terms of troubleshooting, as well as how do you optimize your resources, especially in a hybrid multi-cloud world. So pretty cool stuff.
Very cool stuff. So it looks like you're actually pulling in all of the application topology data from AppDynamics. You're joining it with other data that you've collected from other elements in the infrastructure. And in this view, it looks like you're actually monitoring all the applications in the estate, not just Next-Gen Financial.
You're right. And the recommendation engine is pretty powerful. So as you can see, not all the circles on there are green.
Right.
Some of them are yellow and red. So the recommendation engine is saying, hey, look, you've got a couple of alerts. You can go check them out and take action on it.
OK, so Liz, this looks pretty powerful. But what about Next-Gen Financial? That's the problem we need to solve.
That's what I came up here to talk about, right? I got a little carried away. All right, so let's go into what Next-Gen Financial looks like. I'm going to click on the application button, and it takes you down to, it shows you the 11 applications. And by the way, we pull this information from AppD.
Okay.
So I'm going to as you can see, the third one on there is Next-Gen Financial. I'm going to click on that. It opens up and builds out the dependency map just specific to Next-Gen Financial. It again makes those same API calls, looks at the immediacy, and builds that out.
Very cool.
Now, as you can see on here is the app actually looks green. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
But both the app server and VM actually shows that it's yellow. So if I click on the VM, what it does is it shows me that both VM3 and VM4, by the way, these are the same two VMs that you showed on the AppD graph,
right,
or in the AppD dashboard, they're running a little hot.
Okay.
So the recommendation is saying, hey, increase the memory allocation by about 1 GB, and you can actually bring the application back to its optimal performance. And all the other capacity stats look pretty fine.
So that's pretty amazing. You've actually got the exact same VMs, the same data that we had in App Dynamics, but you've been able to drill all the way down into all of the infrastructure dependencies and root cause immediately to the memory congestion with a recommendation on what we can do to actually fix it.
That's right. And actually, it's pretty simple. All you do is actually click apply, and the action's taken. By the way, our teams, in terms of the infra ops teams and the app ops teams, they have the same view to this correlated data set. So they'd be actually working on this already and taking proactive action before you actually even see your application or your end user having an experience issue.
Excellent. So should we go look at App Dynamics again and see if the app's better?
Here's the result of it.
All right, look at this. You fixed my problem. Everything is green. Thank you. Now, I'm not aware of a single other application performance management tool that can do this, right? Where we can actually go from the application all the way down into the infrastructure stack and actually solve something together across teams that quickly.
If you think that's cool, I've got another use case for you.
What else do you have?
We looked at proactive troubleshooting. Let's go and take a look at how do we optimize resources, especially in a hybrid multi-cloud world.
Okay.
Because I think everyone in the audience would say, if I get an opportunity to save money, I absolutely want to do that. So I'm going to take you back into Workload Optimizer.
Okay.
This time, the dependency graph that you're seeing is in the hybrid view. So it's looking at all the resources that the application uses, but not just on premises, but in the cloud as well. Again, it makes API calls to the multiple cloud providers and is able to actually pull up this information. So I'm going to hover over the VMs because it's actually showing that there's a number of severities, both in red and yellow. I'm going to click on the ones that have actions against it in yellow. And it gives you a whole list of them. If I highlight one that's related to the cloud and expand on that, what it does show you is actually your application can move to a different instance type, and it can save money. And it gives you this very granular view down to the decimal in terms of how much money that you can save. Because when you think about it, optimizing for the cloud brings its own set of challenges. I mean, think about it. Last year, you probably had a set of instance types. Today, when you look at it, you probably have more than double that. And each instance type comes in that's curated for its own memory, compute, storage, bandwidth, and capacity. And they've got their own rate cards. And usually when you're deploying your application, you use the most optimal for what's needed for your application. That's important, but it's not sufficient because you've got to look at the whole life cycle of the application, and as it changes, how do you continue to optimize resources?
Sure.
That's exactly what Workload Optimizer does for you.
So that looks pretty powerful, and it looks like you're actually optimizing across both public cloud instances and on-premise instances. Are you using machine learning to actually accomplish that?
We have to, because we're pulling in massive amounts of information. Because when you look out there, you get examples of where this is done at the infra layer, or it's done at the virtualization layer, or it's been done at the app layer. This is the first time where we're showing a full stack view from the infrastructure all the way to the application.
Wow, it's really, really powerful. So if I take a look now at the combination of what we've just been able to build, we're now all the way up at the experience journey level and the business information, looking through that lens of user experience. We see a problem. We've now gone down into Insight and actually shown that the data is transmitting from one to the other so that our teams can work together in this new powerful closed-loop operating model.
That's right. And in addition to that closed-loop operating model in terms of predictive troubleshooting, it also helps you optimize the resources in this hybrid multi-cloud world. So think about it. The infrastructure is dynamic. It's now moving and changing to the changing needs of this experience-driven application. There's a lot more that we're launching today, and we can go through this in a little bit more detail. So actually, come see us in the launch zone or in the world of solutions. So David, I'll hand it back to you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Fantastic stuff. All right. So Danny, first of all, just make sure I got it. That's a lot in 15 minutes. To your point, Liz, it can be out there in the launch zone in the world of solutions. But first of all, journey maps at the application level. So more detail, more granularity. Application is king. Get more detail into exactly what's wrong and where problems are.
Exactly.
And then Liz, the ability, actually, even in a hybrid cloud world, which everybody uses, the ability to drill down into the infrastructure and correlate the application world to the infrastructure and not only correlate it for troubleshooting, but optimize the infrastructure to get the best performance possible. at the
Summarized
lowest
it well.
cost.
Perfect.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we're just going to continue to see more and more integration. I think one of the things I talked about last year is every click of the portfolio, when we launch more technology, you're going to see this broad portfolio we have get closer and closer integrated to deliver a very different value proposition to all of you in running your business. All right, let's go on to the intent-based networking. I talk about that in the open, big change in the way networks are built. We launched this not even 3 years ago now, and in Cisco, we've now brought the entire portfolio from the campus, wireless switching to the branch to the data center, all under one leader. That's Scott Harrell. He's going to come on stage and talk to you about what's latest in intent-based networking. Scott, take it away.
All right, it's awesome to be here. You know, we just got done talking a lot about applications, but this is a Cisco Live, so it seems imperative that we talk about the network as well. And there's no bigger change in the network right now than the move from SDN, software-defined networking, to intent-based networking. And really, when we break this down about what is so different about intent-based networking, it's about the idea that you're going to use English language policy and use a network-wide fabric to program the network. But also, increasingly important is every single controller that Cisco is building, everything we're doing that's around the network, we're also now bringing in a next-generation analytics layer to bear. And we're doing this across everything we make, whether it's in the branch, in the campus, whether it's in the data center, the IoT infrastructure, or out to the cloud. And the goal here at the end of the day is for you that are operating these complex networks, these global networks, to simplify things. Because we know your world is getting more dynamic, there's more change than ever, and you need to run at a faster speed. But at the same time, security never goes away as a care about, as David said. And we know that things like segmentation now need to be able to be done everywhere you have a network instance to provide that better security, and this is another outcome intent-based networking can drive. But one of the things we're really focused on is also about how this interacts with the cloud. The multi-domain story that David was talking about now is inclusive of the cloud, and that's where I wanted to start with automation. And for a lot of your organizations, the cloud is just this magical, wonderful place. It's a serene place that you want to go hang out, and it's going to solve all your IT problems. The reality is, though, for many of you in IT operations, this is anything but the truth. Instead of this incredibly peaceful scene, it's much more like the running of the bulls in Pamplona is what you feel every day, because now your world's become more dynamic. You've become responsible for those workloads in the cloud that Liz was talking about. You've become responsible for the connectivity out to that cloud and the security. And that increases the things you have to deal with as an IT organization. And so what we're doing, and what Liz and Danny showed you at the end there, is we're starting to bridge those two worlds. We're starting to bring IT operation consistency between the cloud and on-prem so that your single tool can now help you manage both. And what you saw was how we do that for app and workload management. But we're doing the exact same thing for security. We're doing the exact same thing for networking. In fact, last year here at Cisco Live Barcelona, we launched something called ACI Anywhere, which is about how you take your policies from your data center and seamlessly migrate them into the cloud. And we basically make it simple to do by calling the APIs, by taking all the semantics that are native to different between AWS and Azure and GCP, and abstracting that all away so that you can have the same segmentation policy on-prem as in the cloud. And as new applications appear in either place, it can dynamically adjust. And so we're going to continue to do this from a networking point of view, and there's no hotter market right now in networking than SD-WAN. And what we're doing in SD-WAN is, of course, we're automating across any type of WAN connectivity, whether it's cellular, whether it's classical MPLS, or whether it's broadband. But increasingly, we're being asked by our customers to not just integrate and automate out from the branch, but into the cloud, into your SaaS providers, into your IS providers, into your colo facility. And this is where we've been making a ton of incremental investment, and it's been extremely well received. In fact, of our customer base, 70% of the Fortune 100 customers now have Cisco SD-WAN. Amazing take-up. And we know that for many of you, you either have a project for SD-WAN or you're going to have one in the next couple of years. And what I would encourage you to think about as you go down this path is not just think about selecting SD-WAN as a connectivity medium from the branch, but starting to think about how you actually are going to use SD-WAN to automate your on-ramp to the cloud. And what we're going to do to interconnect it with your SaaS services, your IaaS services, your colo services, so that your SD-WAN fabric now extends into the cloud itself. So to give you some idea about how we do this, when you think about Office 365, it's a suite of applications. We've integrated with the APIs directly from our centralized SD-WAN console so that we dynamically and automatically optimize those connections for all your users. And what it means for your users is they're going to get up to a 40% performance improvement when they use Office 365, with Cisco SD-WAN. We're doing the same type of thing with your IaaS providers, your infrastructure as a service providers, AWS, Azure, where we're interconnecting SD-WAN directly into their clouds. And so that as new VPCs are discovered or VNets are created, we automatically configure segmentation, we automatically configure connectivity and security into that cloud using that same central SD-WAN console. And then a lot of you are actually starting to embrace the colo and start to use the colo as a local DMZ, a drop-off point for your traffic. And we've partnered with people like Equinix to make that simple as well, so that when you want to extend your SD-WAN fabric into that colo, we can make that a one-click as well. And in fact, we even brought into the same management console the ability to orchestrate security services for that colo. So the sum of all this is that we come back to what I started with there, which is around IT consistency. How do we make your life simpler? How do we enable you to expand to the cloud in a much simpler way and actually retain your sanity, make sure that you have the same type of kind of Zen moment that picture implied when your organization adopts the cloud? So that's a lot about where we're innovating on automation. But when I started talking about intent-based networking, I said one of the biggest changes is this need to actually start to adopt analytics. And we at Cisco, we believe strongly that every network element must become a sensor. Every network element, whether it's a switch, whether it's an AP, or whether it's a router, must produce data really to drive three primary outcomes. One is around security insights, two is around business insights, and three is around IT insights. When we talk about security insights, this is really around how we start to do new things that have never been possible before. How we start to balance the needs for security for an enterprise with the privacy of an individual using technology like encrypted traffic analytics, where we can inspect the flow without ever decrypting it and assert whether or not it's potentially malicious. Nobody else in the world can do this. And we can do this by using the data that comes from the network. About 6 or 7 months ago, we actually launched something new called DNA Spaces. And DNA Spaces is really about taking the data that's available from the network and allowing you to mash it up with other sources of data in your enterprise and actually drive outcomes that drive business outcomes, drive better customer engagement when they're in your facilities, help your users and your employees actually be more intelligent about how they use the environment that they're in, things like wayfinding, things like loyalty engagement programs, and make your environment more dynamic and leverage the power of the network to do that. But I know many of you in the audience, you're in the business of running network, and so there's probably no bigger concern than the IT insight side of this. And we've been investing heavily in the IT insight side, bringing analytics to all the different controllers we make. And Liz and Danny talked a lot about how we can use those analytics to simplify how you troubleshoot apps. But the reality is we know from a lot of experience, many of the people in the room know that the first thing that's usually blamed whenever there's a problem, whether it's with the user or with the app, is always the network. And we want to help you with that problem. We want to help you actually troubleshoot that network when it's in the data center. And the challenge here is that data center has gotten much more complex to troubleshoot. We know that as the workloads increase and the amount of workloads that you're trying to manage become more dynamic, the troubleshooting of that environment becomes increasingly complex. And you're going to have issues. 97% of you, so pretty much everybody in the room, your company's experienced some kind of critical business application outage in the last 6 months. And when those happen, time is money. The average cost per hour of an outage is around 228,000 euros per hour. And so this ability to synthesize all this data and get you to the root cause fast is critical. And sometimes you're going to start from the app layer, sometimes you're going to start from the compute layer, and sometimes you're going to start from the network layer. And this is where Cisco Data Center Network Insights comes in. It's a brand new solution that actually integrates directly inside of your existing products, ACI, DCNM, and for your data center, and allows you to actually use those tools to get to root cause. And we can do things that nobody else can do. We can actually not only bring out all the stats and the data that we know from your Nexus switches, but we can also combine that with flow data, because our cloud scale ASICs produce the richest set of flow data of any ASICs on the market. And we can use that to quickly pinpoint an issue with an application and get you down to which leaf potentially had a problem, get you down to whether it was the switch or whether it was the server or whether it was a particular app. This is something uniquely that Cisco can do. It's available now, and it's available integrated inside of ACI and DCNM. All right, so that's all about analytics. So we talked about automation, we talked about analytics, we talked about how important they are for intent-based networking and how you want to extend them to the cloud. But all of us still have our on-prem facilities, and what we see happening in our on-prem facilities is actually that one of the biggest disruptions is the marriage of IT and OT. And the fact that many of you that have historically been in IT are now being asked to take over the management of OT. And we've extended our intent-based networking solutions into the OT. We've actually brought them together so that you can manage it in a simple way and manage as a unified solution so that you can produce outcomes like better security for your organization. And rather than me talk about it, I actually want to bring up our IoT expert, who happens to be Liz Santoni, back up on stage to talk to you about it.
Thanks, Scott. You know, last year when we were here in Barcelona, we talked about how we're extending intent-based networking to the IoT edge. So think about it in terms of we're helping you connect your factories, your ports, your refineries, your mines. Your network is actually becoming even more important to meeting operational goals like availability, reliability, and safety. But the top concerns still remain. Questions I get asked is, how do I protect my critical infrastructure? How do I make sure that I have complete control of my operations so that they do exactly what I need it to do? And how do I keep my people and assets safe? So I was talking to somebody who actually lives this every single day, thinking about this every single day. So I asked him to come in and join us. So please help me welcome the head of product security for Airbus Helicopter, Stefan Chopard.
Hello, Liz. Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much. I realized that I went by the slides and also missed the fact that 68% of our customers actually talk about security every single day, which is something that you had confirmed as well. So, Stefan, when we were talking about this, one of the things that you mentioned surprised me. You said that Airbus makes 1 out of every 2 helicopters in the world.
Yeah, that's right. And almost half of these are going to military forces. That's why it's very important for Airbus to protect our IP and trade secrets. But we have also to ensure the resilience of our manufacturing facilities in order to be able to deliver to our customer on time and that our product meets the highest quality standards. One day of lost production anywhere in Airbus Helico may have a huge financial impact. And even worse, if a hacker could modify the configuration of our industrial asset, it can put our workers or customers at risk, and that's not acceptable.
So let me see, I'm just going to summarize what you just said in terms of, because you had a long list.
Yeah.
You want everything from, you want your production running 24/7, you want the highest quality, and you want to keep people safe, and assets safe as well. And when we were talking about the challenges that industrial networks face, because these networks have been around for, or industrial environments have been around for a very long time. So how are you going about, and this is what the audience would like to know, securing your production facilities?
So we initiated a program to better protect our industrial control system. The ICS network is a network controlling our CNCs or sensors on all the assets we use to manufacture and assemble the various components of an helicopter. But over the years, we added many new industrial assets, many new network equipment and connectivity, and the business was more focusing on the operational objective than on the security architecture. So the first thing we did was to perform a full risk assessment on the OT domain.
So you used cybervision to do that. Now, as you went through that security assessment, did you find anything surprising?
So we worked with one of our cybersecurity partner, Orange Cyberdefense, to perform this assessment. And we used cybervision to discover the asset. This solution is great because it listens to your network and automatically discovers the assets and maps the communication flows. Finally, this assessment gave us three main things. First, a list of vulnerabilities our equipment have, and now we have a plan to fix it where possible. Second, we have an exhaustive list of the machine with cellular capabilities for remote maintenance, and now we can better control the access. And third, we have a list of machines which were not correctly or adequately configured, and we have a plan for optimization. As you may know, many ICS networks are flat, and we wanted to work on segmentation in order to avoid the threat can propagate over the ICS network. And at this stage, the inventory of assets was a key first step.
So just even looking at your list, right? So assessment gave you, hey, these devices are vulnerable, so you patch them. You made sure that people only who need access to the machine should get access to it. Not everybody else should. And now you're proceeding with segmentation. Does that cover it comprehensively?
Oh, not totally. But the integration of cybervision with ISE will help the deployment of this segmentation project. We are preparing the move to Industry 4.0. And the fact that cybervision is now natively built in Cisco switches will speed up and help the deployment of this project. What we have to look at now is how to integrate this in our Security Operations Center. The plan is to streamline the investigation and the remediation of both IT and OT incidents. But perhaps in this area, you can help again.
So I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in terms of how we're helping IT and OT, two teams that most often don't talk to each other. That's another thing that we talked about as well. Come together to solve this security issue. Stefan, thank you so much. Appreciate having you here.
Bye.
So as Stefan talked about, the fact is that you have to start with visibility. He needed to know what was in his environment before they even take the next step. So when we look at this, we look at it and go, visibility is that first key step that you take before you do anything else. Because once you do visibility, you then get the identity of the device. You know what the devices are. You can actually group these together. And once you do that, you can define policy, which then gets executed. And when that is established, you can now monitor for changes that are happening in this environment. Because not every change is malicious. It could just even be plain human error. For us, cybervision is a key part of our IoT security portfolio. It automates the discovery of a number of operational assets that actually sits on things like a factory floor, a PLC, which is a programmable logic controller. It could be an I/O, it could be a drive. In a utility area, it could be a remote terminal unit. And cybervision actually uses passive DPI, so it never gets in the way of your industrial processes. And it decodes a lot of protocols like Profinet, Modbus, Ethernet IP. And the information that it actually pulls out is very, very granular. You get make of the device, you get the model number, you get the serial number, you get the firmware version. It tells you the vulnerability. It tells you what assets are talking to what other assets. And what changes are being made if somebody actually comes in and modifies that program that you have on the PLC, which is very critical in absolutely running that production line better. And it actually can pull all this information out into a dashboard so somebody like a plant manager on an Airbus factory floor can drill down and look at just the information that they need for their job. And by the way, industrial networks are not just, as we know, contained in one factory. It could go across an entire country. It could go to many remote locations as well. So how do you do this visibility and identity of the devices at scale and at a reasonable cost? This is why we took the CyberVision sensor and we've integrated that into our industrial switches and our routers and our APs. So now you're decoding all that traffic locally and you're only sending back a summary. So think about it as a summary of that network traffic. That's simplicity at scale. Good performance at a pretty reasonable cost. And we've integrated CyberVision into ICE. So you can do things like bringing segmentation and microsegmentation, things that you're doing in the enterprise, now down into these industrial control systems environments. And for those of you who actually use StealthWatch, we take this traffic, we take all the device information and pass it into StealthWatch. So from that StealthWatch console, now when you look at it, you can get granular information on what is sitting behind that IP address. Whether it's a PLC, it's an I/O, or a drive, or a vision camera. So to meet the threats of today and address them going forward as well, you need to help IT and OT come together. Helping IT bring the tools and the capabilities that you've been working with and knowledge that you have for the past 10 plus years, and where OT brings in the business context. We're helping IT and OT come together, driven by security. So David, I'll hand it back to you.
All right, thanks, Liz. Wow, Liz, you've been busy. You're getting a lot of stuff done here.
Just a little bit.
So you've been driving this IoT business now for a couple of years, and again, you see, we just continue to drive the portfolio together. First, DNA Center that covers the IT and the OT environment, then Polaris across all the ruggedized switches, and now in security, bringing all the industrial protocols into the whole security architecture.
I'm very proud to say we have the assets, and we're driving the integration to bring IT and OT together.
Okay, great. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
All right. Let's change gears real quick. Let's talk about the big I internet, that big internet and all the technology it takes to build that network. And go back to the video, and Michael Bay was talking about streaming 250 terabits. How do we think about the technology it takes to build the largest networks in the world and to build the internet that we're going to need for the next decade or more? That's a problem we've been working on at Cisco, of building that fundamental technology. These are projects that are years and years in the works, and we're now coming out with a whole new set of technology across the fundamental parts of networking to build the largest networks in the world. To tell you about that, Jonathan Davidson, who leads our service provider business, come on up, take us through it.
All right, thank you very much, David. I am excited to be back here in Barcelona with all of you. It's not very often that you get to have the opportunity to explain how we've been building technology for the next phase of the internet for the past 4 years, and we've had the opportunity to spend well over $1 billion doing it. So it's a big burden to be able to spend $1 billion, but it's well worth it, and you'll see that in the coming future. But before we get there, I want to explain why we decided that we needed to go and spend all of this money to help create the innovation necessary to propel us into the next version of the internet. And it comes down to some simple factors. And those of you who are in the service provider domain know that your CapEx budget has basically stayed flat since 2012. However, the data rate on the internet is still growing at 30% annually. In fact, mobile traffic continues to grow at almost 50% annually. So if your budgets are flat, but bandwidth continues to grow, that means a single dollar or a single euro needs to do 11 times the amount of work today than it did just a few years ago. And that's only part of the problem. Because for every single dollar or euro of CapEx, you have 5 additional dollars that go into the OpEx side of the business, managing all of that infrastructure, the buildings, the power, and all of the things that you need to pay for to actually keep that infrastructure running. So what we did is we wanted to go and focus on the key elements, the seminal technology that actually will help you transform and build that next version of the internet. We focused on 3 key things. One is specifically around silicon, optics, software, and how those all come together in systems. So let me dive into each one of those for the next few minutes. First, in December, we announced an entirely new family of silicon, starting with Silicon One. This is the first piece of silicon that breaks the 10 terabit barrier for routing. Now, we wanted to have a clean sheet architecture. We didn't use any prior silicon families. We started it completely clean from the ground up, which enabled us to focus on having the benefits of switching with all the feature sets that you need for routing, including big buffers. It has 2 times the bandwidth and 3 times the packets per second of the next nearest, closest routing silicon. This is industry leading. Not only that, but it has over 80% less power utilization per 100 gigabit than the next nearest routing silicon. So the team set out to do something that was thought of as not being possible, and they made it possible with Silicon One. It's something we're all very, very, very excited about. Now, if we move forward to what's happening with optics. Now, Cisco, you may not know, but we actually have been building optics for well over 10 years now. But over the last 12 months, we have spent $3 billion to acquire 2 new optic technology companies. One, Luxtera, to help us automate the actual building of optics themselves, specifically around 100 gig CWDM. But we also announced the intention to acquire a company called Acacia that is going to help us, when that closes later this year, go and move into the coherent optics space. Now, it's important to note that if you go back, well, one of the reasons why we did this is not only for architectural change, but also how money is being spent. If you go back 10 years or so ago and you look at the cost to move a bit from point A to point B, about 90% of the cost was actually in the router and 10% was in the optic. If you go to today, you're looking at well over 50% of the cost is in the optic, and the rest of that is in the network element. If you move to a coherent world, you're looking at well over 80% of the cost is now in the optic, and then the rest of that are in the network elements. So not only is where the cost is changing, is moving around, but also the fact that we have this new technologies with silicon and optics coming closer together, there's new architectures that we can take advantage of as well. So later this year, there's actually going to be a new type of optic coming out called ZR, and then following that called ZR Plus for longer reach, that's going to enable you to take a transponder that was traditionally in a separate chassis and actually put it into the pluggable and then plug that directly into your routed elements. This means that you can dramatically simplify your infrastructure, have fewer network elements inside the infrastructure, and make it easier to automate that infrastructure. This is something you'll be hearing more about as the year progresses. All right, we talked about silicon, we talked about optics. It's time to talk about software. Cisco IOS XR powers the majority of the world's internet. But it's also 20 years old, and we determined it was time to reimagine this OS. And so we've been spending the last several years going through and simplifying it, optimizing it, actually removing code out of this software so that we can go and make it easier to deploy by shrinking the image down. We also can simplify it with new and greater open interfaces so it can tie more easily into your automation systems. And we've also created a whole new level of trust inside of XR as well that starts with hardware and goes all the way up through the OS. But this is also the first operating system for critical infrastructure that is cloud enhanced or cloud augmented. And let me talk to you a little bit about what that is. So first of all, Cisco Crosswork is taking intent-based networking and applying that automation portfolio to the service provider. And it's a set of on-premise applications, but also we've now augmented that with a set of cloud-based applications. The first of which I want to tell you about is Cisco Crosswork Network Insights, which helps you understand if any of your BGP routes have been hijacked anywhere in the world. We have real-time data on over 300 million BGP routes globally, and we can notify you within seconds if anyone accidentally or maliciously has tried to take control of your routes anywhere in the world. That's number one. The second is Trust Insights. We want to make sure that you know that you have an immutable source of truth so that the hardware that's deployed is known good hardware and that the software that's deployed is known good software as well. And that's Cisco Crosswork Trust Insights. The third one is all about the qualification environment. You know, one of the things that people tell me is the amount of time that it takes from when we deploy new software and put it on Cisco.com to all the testing that needs to happen for you to then go and put that software into your network. We wanted to make it a lot easier for you. So what we've done is we've created a cloud service where you can upload your configuration, you can select what hardware platform you have and what version of code you want to test on. And using machine learning, we actually dynamically build a test plan for you, which you can then run in the cloud, or you can have a connectivity back to your own lab, and you can actually run the tests from the cloud utilizing your own equipment and your own lab. We expect this to dramatically decrease the amount of time between when we put out a new software release to when you're actually able to deploy that release into your infrastructure. So you can go from 3, 6, 9 months of manual testing that you might do down to a few days of testing or even less than that, something we're very excited about. All right, now if you take the silicon, you take the optics, you take the software, you need to be able to put that together in market-leading systems. And what we have now is an entirely new platform called the Cisco 8000 family that in a single RU, you can have 10.8 terabits per second in a single routed device. And if that wasn't enough, you actually can go and have a modular platform going all the way up to 18 slots at 14.4 terabits per slot. And you can have a grand total of 260 terabits in a single platform. This is going to enable the next version of the internet with all of these great architectural foundations coming together. So with that, a real recap, just because there's a lot coming at you. Number one, the most advanced silicon in the world is now out, Silicon One. We have cloud-enhanced operations with XR7 with a whole new level of trust, and we have a whole new family of portfolio, the Cisco 8000, that you can go out into the world of solutions, take a look at the platform family itself, and you also could take a look at the silicon as well. Don't forget to take a selfie. All right, David, back to you.
All right, thanks, Jonathan. All right, Jonathan, I always think of, when I think of our portfolio, I think of my business networking. Silicon, software, optics. How do you put all three together? You get networks. And all three are new. Is that right?
You got it.
All three are new from the ground up. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's a lot. Everybody hanging in there? Good, good, good. All right, now we're going to get to the coolest part of the portfolio. The part of the portfolio that everybody can reach out and touch and talk about all the new things going on in collaboration. Shri, come up and take it away.
Thank you, David. Buenos dias, everyone. I am so happy to be in the midst of our best customers in this beautiful city at the start of this decade talking Cisco collaboration. What more can a geek want in life? So if you haven't seen Cisco collaboration lately, you're in for a big surprise. It's a whole new world. A modern workplace, a modern portfolio beckons your workplace, your employee experience, and your customer experience. Now, rather than me telling you, let's hear from one of our customers, one of you.
Our world is a big place, full of choices. We are in hospitality and vacation business. We communicate with the customer before, when they are in an apartment, and after. We have a WebEx devices where the people can interact with us, just touch the screen and start to speak. From the directory within WebEx, we can send to them a picture, we can send a file, we can send an invitation to a specific event.
The language detection is important because we have an international market. Our contact centers are able to deliver the best proposal to the customer.
It's important the customer routing to the right representative. For that reason, we use WebEx calling. We are radically changing the way we live and the way we interact with technology. But we don't need to speak with technology. We need to speak with humans. WebEx is a tool to facilitate this communication.
Wow. Holders taking advantage of the entire portfolio. They are pretty much not only transforming their employee and customer experience, they've changed how they do business. Now we've gone from disparate apps, from calling, meetings, messaging, into one single, simple, gorgeous app that meets all their needs. This new app, WebEx Teams, is fully personalizable to bring your brand into the workplace, rightfully so. Modular to work the way you want it. If you only want to use meetings, if you are a person who just loves to make calls, on a message, any combination thereof, we've got it. It's live now. Now this app, here's the kicker. It's the tip of a very large platform iceberg. And one of the potent benefits of this, important here in Europe, is the immense security blanket enveloping this platform. We've taken a security and privacy respectful approach to our intelligence platform, cognitive collaboration. Now let me tell you how that works. I'm sure you can empathize with me. We all spend way too much time in meetings, don't we? What with all those action items you have to keep track of every single day? Even harder, trying to remember what was said in those meetings. You go back at the end of the day, try to remember one of those small tidbits. It's so hard, right? If you have that problem, we've got a solution for that. Our WebEx platform now comes with real-time transcription and translation capabilities so that you can track those action items with ease. And fear of forgetting what was said in a meeting, a thing of the past. Let's take a listen.
Ok, WebEx. Inicia mi junta. Hola. ¿Cómo están?
Hi. Okay, let's get started. I've shared a file with you.
Espera un momento, por favor.
Okay. If you open tab 3 in the document I sent, you can see a full breakdown of all the projects. But let's first review last year's projects list for a comparison.
Cool, eh? WebEx speaks Spanish. I'm sure many of you in this room are wondering skeptically, is my data stored right here in Europe? Is it encrypted? Is it secure? Do I have the privacy controls? I would be one of you too. I got you covered. WebEx, rest assured, has the privacy controls, is GDPR compliant. Now, what I just showed you, this app, for all types of WebEx users, globally connects to one single platform. Well, there's something missing in this story of mine. Interoperability. Good news, folks. Now we connect to Microsoft, Google, Apple, and all the other applications your employees live in every single day. Hello, ecosystem. Let's take a closer look. I'm sure many of you are wondering, did he just say Microsoft on stage here? Yes, I did. For too long, Microsoft has been an or. Microsoft or Cisco. Now it's an and. Cisco and Microsoft. Now let's take a look at one of those example scenarios. I've got a Microsoft Teams meeting here. You can see the purple band with a bunch of folks joined on their desktop, on their mobile phone. And we've got this beautiful Cisco device there in this large meeting room of ours, waiting to join that meeting. Neil, can you hit that green button? Now, as soon as you hit that green button, we go from the Cisco WebEx cloud securely all the way into Azure, into Office 365, and bring that interop across these two worlds that have been separate for far too long. It does take a little bit. And as you can see, it's now there. It's connected right in, so the lights are shining bright. And Neil, can you change the layout from prominent to equal so that we can see that the device is fully joined? It'll be better in a smaller meeting room. And as you can see, we come with all the rich layouts that you've come to see in our device portfolio. Thank you, Neil. As you can see, we're only getting warmed up. We're getting started for the sake of the choices our end users make, not only with devices, but also calling. Now, on the subject of calling, if you happen to be one of our call manager customers, one of the 92 million users, despair not. We got something for you too. This unified app connects directly to Call Manager, blowing open the door to all the innovation I talked about, meetings, messaging, transcription, cloud-based innovation, without any additional deployment cost to you. Resulting benefit to you, a killer employee experience. WebEx now is the connective tissue driving modern-day workplace transformation. Whether you're on your mobile phone, in front of a desk, in a meeting room, we make sure you get the same information wherever you go. Now, no session of ours is complete if we haven't shown you one of our brilliant devices. I've got a few up my sleeve today, and I plan to show you at least two of them. So the very first one, announcing the Instant Office, the WebEx Desk Pro, and joining us, Anne-Marie from Oslo.
Yes, hi Shri, and hi everyone. Great to see you all. So I'm now joining you from the amazing new Desk Pro, and these new features are so cool. Like now, for example, I've been sitting down for a couple of hours, so if you guys don't mind, I'll just get up and stretch my legs a little bit.
Whew.
You see that? The camera is automatically following me.
So Anne-Marie, you got a pretty messy office back there.
You think?
Yeah.
What mess?
That's cool, right? So this adoring audience that has just woken up would love to see you right here in Barcelona showing these devices.
Sure thing.
Aha.
So, thanks to my Desk Pro, I can actually now join meetings from anywhere and look professional in any meeting.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. The WebEx Desk Pro, everyone. You guys ready for this piece of innovation? Join us at the World of Solutions and see how this device is going to transform every desk in your office or the remote office. Now, you've been table pounding for a long, long time for a new, immersive, rich experience for C-suites, boardrooms, and executive rooms the world over. Alas, the wait is over for the first time in Europe. Announcing the new WebEx Room Panorama, everyone, with Anne-Marie again.
So welcome back. And I now moved into the boardroom, right? And we're using the brand new Room Panorama. So that's the same setup as you guys have on your side. And this is our new flexible, immersive flagship experience. So instead of cutting the table in half, we're now cutting the room in half. And flexibility means more options in room design. It could be bigger rooms like the one we are in. It could be the more classic immersive scenarios that you all know, or anything in between.
It also means we support any type of meeting, immersive or multi-purpose, you name it. So it's really great experience for me to sit here and being able to easily engage with all of my colleagues here in this room. And at the same time, being able to look down the table and fully connect with all of you. Well, I should say almost all of you. So back to you, Shri.
Thank you. Thank you to Anne-Marie, Tobias, and the whole Oslo team. They are just fantastic, aren't they? Come back at the end of the session. You can come and check out this beautiful WebEx Room Panorama. Join us at the World of Solutions. We've got a device there, too. Now, as you saw from the Haldus video that I shared with you earlier, it's not just about employee experience when you're transforming your business. It's also about your customer experience. Let me show you how WebEx Contact Center can help. Today, more and more companies, as you know, are selling experiences, not just products, like these companies out here. We as enterprises in this room, we as consumers in this room, are used to that best experience where there's no support call. Enterprises in this room know that a support call is just inevitable. But are we proactively ready to handle today's changing customer expectations? Can we preempt issues? Can we self-heal problems as they manifest? Do we learn from every support incident? Is the product getting better? Now, customer buying patterns today are influenced by stellar customer experiences, more than just product. With Cisco WebEx Contact Center, we are infusing intelligence into every facet of that engagement. Intelligent experience management to bring awareness of that customer journey, that important customer journey. AI-powered super agents with the right information at their fingertips to expediently resolve issues. No more reactive agents. And finally, cognitive collaboration. You heard Haldus talk about this. Bring the human back into the interaction with the customer. More and more, you have to leave an indelible, positive mark with that customer, and our customers are future buyers too. Let's take a look at how our contact center is transforming the experience at T-Mobile.
To provide this kind of customer service for our team of experts, we've made promises to our customers. We have 16,000 agents on the Cisco Contact Center platform, and this system has been tuned to route that call to the right person each and every time. Our attrition rate has gone from 42% to 22%. Our churn has gone from 2.5% to 0.78%. And our customer base has gone from 33 million customers to 83 million customers. Cognitive collaboration is what we're going to focus on next, and providing these agents the tools they need to service those customers the first time.
Wow, what an incredible story. You saw Holdis and T-Mobile powering some amazing transformations. We are here to learn. We are invested in your future with our innovation engines. Modern Cisco collaboration, with its focus on AI, security and privacy, respectful approaches, beckons you. Thank you. Back to you, David.
All right, Sri. Oh, that was a lot. WebEx translates Spanish in real time.
Yeah.
Integration with Teams, whole new devices for the desktop, for the whole room. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
All right,
David.
Take care. All right, we've covered an enormous amount of technology here today, and we've got one group that's going to take us home, which is all about how do we help you consume all of this technology, which is really important to us, and how do we engage with you? And there's been a lot of changes in that space in Cisco over the last couple of years. And of course, it wouldn't be a keynote if we didn't cover DevNet. So to take us home, Alistair Wildman and Susie Wee. Come on up, take it over.
Thank you, David. Thank you. And first, let me start by welcoming you all to Cisco Live 2020, and thank you all for being here today. I'd also like to just say that we say a year since we've been here, but our company mission hasn't changed. Our number one mission is to make sure that we make you successful. And what I'd like to start to do first is to run a video of a customer we've been working with this year to help them be successful. They're from Dubai, from the Middle East, and they're preparing for the world's greatest show. Roll the video.
When the world converges in one place, the stakes are high. For 168 years, the World Expo has grown from Fair of the Future to the world's greatest show. But through all the advancements in spectacle, there's always connection. But when you're expecting 25 million visits and up to 250,000 users each day, all within a 6-month event, how do you ensure those connections can happen? By partnering with Cisco to create one of the most technologically advanced expos the world has ever seen.
Without the expertise and dedication of Cisco and their customer experience organization, so much of the tech and innovation powering Expo 2020 Dubai couldn't have existed. It's a mega project that only a partner like Cisco could have provided.
8,000 Wi-Fi access points, protection with security first, communication with Cisco Vision, and collaborative solutions fit for an office of the future. What is shared in Dubai will amplify around the world, and what begins in 2020 will last for a lifetime. What's a World Expo if it isn't shared with the world?
Amazing. And this is an incredible project, and well done to the team behind this. In October 2020, 25 million people will visit Dubai for the World Expo. And it's an incredible example of how everything has to be faster, it has to be bigger, and it has to be better. And that's exactly what you're telling us. We heard from Wendy in the opening keynote today about how the digital transformations are driving us all forward. And we know that every one of you in this audience today is working for a company that is doing some form of digital transformation. No matter what your sector is or no matter what size that company, you're all transforming. And we also know that digital transformation is difficult because you're transforming technology and business at the same time. And it can no longer be business as usual. As you saw from David and all that amazing technology that we showed today, there is an implicit expectation as you move to a software and subscription model that you need to move the entire business process to a lifecycle methodology. And it's really, really important that we get this right. We can no longer just land the technology, and we have to do it together, and we have to do it at scale. And the great news is Cisco and our amazing partners are here to help you as we help you move to that life cycle. And we're also helping you to bridge the new skills gap as we move into this brave new world.
So as Alistair said, it's not business as usual. And what happens is as we talk to all of you, our customers, what you're doing is you're coming to us, to Cisco and our partners, and asking different questions. So before you came and asked for networking and connectivity. But now the questions are different. As your businesses have grown, your networks have grown, and they've started to get more complex. So now our customers are asking, help me automate my infrastructure. Help me automate, automate, automate. And help me use it. Help me use my infrastructure to solve my business problems. So that represents a big technology transformation where we can use the capabilities of the new network to automate, but a shift where we actually use the infrastructure to solve business problems. And the reason that we can do that is because it's an entirely new network with new capabilities. The network from 5, 10, 25 years ago is different from today's network, as you saw from David and the team. This network uses intent-based networking and multi-domain networking. It's programmable, it has APIs, which lets it support DevOps workflows and automation. And application areas like IoT and edge computing and cognitive collaboration all come together. And then capabilities like AI and machine learning and security are built into the network, not just done separately. And so as we put those together, that's how we can use the network to accelerate business, to do automation at scale, to gain insights and intelligence, and then also to drive business outcomes. Now, Alistair always likes to talk about the future and think about the future. So what we're going to do is show you some innovations in collaborative intelligence that will be coming to you.
What does it look like when Cisco accelerates your success with the right data, insights, and expertise at the right time? Introducing Cisco Collaborative Intelligence. A digital experience fueled by pervasive telemetry, powerful guidance for your most strategic use cases, proven lifecycle best practices, contextual learning to embrace innovation, all powered by AI, ML, and Cisco's intellectual capital. With Cisco Customer Experience, you'll find a complete view of assets and intelligent recommendations, integrated case management, and use case-driven guidance every step of the way. Between human experiences and digital experiences, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Thank you. Collaborative intelligence is the future of the customer experience solutions. It's an incredible, incredible platform that we're developing. And I was trying to think of what's the right analogy to explain how we're bringing this to market. And I thought about this new smart meter that I've just got into my kitchen. And before that, I used to get a gas bill or electricity bill, and I used to pay it by direct debit every month. And I never, ever looked at the bill. And about a year ago, I got a smart meter. I got this lovely little device with a user interface, and I can press buttons, and I get a graphical interface of all that interesting information behind it. I didn't actually know that electricity was 50% cheaper in the evening than it was during the day. But now I've got that intelligence because of that user interface. And what we're doing with collaborative intelligence is the future. We're going to provide you with a digital experience, and we're going to take all the amazing telemetry and data out of all the products and solutions in Cisco, and then we're going to map them to the use cases that you use to buy those solutions and your life cycle journey with those solutions. And then we're going to add experts, and they could be Cisco experts, they could be partner experts, or we'll hopefully make you the experts as well, and bringing them all together that will give you that incredible collaborative intelligence experience. Now, not only is this new, we're also showing this in the world of solutions. So, if you have time this week, please come and join us at the Customer Experience booth. And we've got 5 demo pods, and we'll be happy to show you the future of the customer experience solutions. And not only with these great new experience solutions, we've also got a fantastic portfolio that will help to drive the digital transformation. And I'm really pleased today to announce that we're reimagining our flagship services product, the Business Critical Services 3.0. And for the first time ever, this will be brought to market with our partners, and it will be scaled through our partners. Thank you.
And so, as Alistair said, it really is all about our customers and our partners, all of you. And what we've been doing is really working to help you continue to build the teams that you need to grow your business. So as we took a look at your technology teams and your IT teams, what we see with all this new technology is that it's a combination of the world of infrastructure engineers and the world of software developers. And more specifically, that as you're building your teams, what you need is infrastructure skills and expertise and software skills and expertise. So what we announced is an entirely new set of Cisco certifications. So the new Cisco CCNA, CCNP, and CCIE certifications. And we added to that an entirely new set of Cisco DevNet certifications to also certify your software expertise. And so these come together for you on February 24th so that you can train your skills and train your people and certify them to get the certifications that they need. And this prepares you for new job roles that didn't exist before because of the technology. So now that you can do automation and that the technology is programmable, we have new roles like a network automation developer. And you can get that by getting a DevNet professional certification along with a DevNet specialist in enterprise core, in enterprise automation, and DevOps. So when you put these together, you can then figure out the network automation developer. Another new role is the web scale engineer. And this is not just for a web company. It's for any retailer, for anybody who has an infrastructure that works at that scale. And you can train for that web scale engineer with the DevNet professional together with ACI automation, data center automation and programmability, and then DevOps skills. So this is the way that we're modernizing to make sure that you can have the skills that you need to grow your business. And the new DevNet certifications come available February 24th, and what we're going to announce is that the first 500 people to earn those DevNet certifications are going to be recognized as the DevNet 500. So sign up to be those first ones. Who's going to go out and get that? Anybody?
Hey.
And also, what you want to know is, which are the partners that are really skilling up and being able to offer these capabilities, the DevNet capabilities and the CX capabilities? So what we're doing is we're launching our DevNet specialization and our CX specialization for partners so that you can differentiate your business and that our customers can know who's delivering these types of solutions. And you can get started now because we have 61 new courses that you can send your folks to that you can go and learn today. These are all becoming available January and February, so you can start learning today to earn those certifications. And so as we bring this together, what we do is we ask us to work together and join a challenge together, where we together drive business outcomes with the new network.
Embrace the new customer experience solutions to get to value faster.
And then we look forward to working with you, as we did in the last 25 years, to really drive your business success with the Cisco ecosystem for the next 25 years.
So we've always known that you're the heroes of IT. So please join with us, and we'll help you make the heroes of your digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to David.
All right. Now, Alistair, I saw this new collaborative intelligence portal being built. I probably saw the first version about a year ago, and it was amazing. It's amazing how fast it's evolved, and I think more and more, this is going to be the entry point of the entire portfolio. So I want to tell everybody here, if you're going to see one thing here this week, go see this, because this is really a big change in how we're, the whole customer experience for Cisco.
Definitely. It's amazing. Thank you very much, David.
And Susie, there just might be a little bit of something for DevNet out there, too. There might be
a couple.
somewhere people can go for
There might be a DevNet zone
like probably
out there.
half the place out there is DevNet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Wendy, join me back. Why don't you join me back on stage? All right, look, we just want to close real quick. This is really an exciting week for us. We thank you all for being here. Literally, there's probably hundreds and hundreds of people from my team that are here from around the world to work with all of you and show us the greatest technology that we have and that we built over the last year. So have a great week. Wendy, thanks for hosting all of us and making all this happen.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, David, to you and the team. We've announced some amazing stuff. There's some fantastic demos, capability. Get yourself to the hub. And also, do you want to be in that DevNet 500? You going to join me?
I'll be in the DevNet 500. That's
fantastic. Right. Enjoy, everyone. Have fun.
All right, take care.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure. One unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big, industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime, anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here, and here, but also here, and definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Alle rijkdom van de wereld gaan we hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
Ongelooflijk.
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need. At the point where all your clouds meet and share. But also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys! Hey New York! Hi! There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far, no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Welcome to Cisco Live Barcelona. This is a Master Studios presentation. My name is Tim Seghetti, and this morning we're going to be talking about bridging the gap between IT and OT. Just a few minutes ago in the keynote with David Geckler, our SVP, Liz Santoni, was talking about this very subject of how IT and operational technologies, OT people, have to come together in order to drive digital transformation in industries. This is widely referred to as Industry 4.0. And the reason for this is quite simple, because every decision that's made based on data and being driven by data is better than one that isn't. You get to make things safer in your plants. You get to generate more output, higher quality products with less waste, higher efficiency. All of these things come from making smarter decisions, and smarter decisions are rooted in having the data to find out what solution is the better. So this digitization, though, it presents a revolutionary change in industries that have been doing things the way they've been doing for decades. Well, we all know change can be challenging at the least, difficult at the worst, and sometimes it's even met with resistance. And therefore, to be successful in this digital revolution, it's really important to understand how the change are going to affect the key people involved, the stakeholders. And in this area, there's two very distinct personas. There's a persona of IT and OT, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Operational technology people, OT, they're responsible for, in manufacturing, for what the company makes, or in transportation, the services being provided, or in utilities, providing the power, and so on and so forth. That's the main reason the company's in business, is what OT folks deliver. They're supported then by IT personnel. IT personnel, we manage the network, we manage security, we manage the apps and the data centers, so on and so forth. Traditionally, though, these people don't talk to each other. They're a wide gap between the two. Their worlds rarely intersect, and as such, they don't really understand each other and their roles, their concerns, their priorities, and so forth. And therefore, to drive digital transformation is actually not just a technical challenge, and incidentally, Cisco is leading the space in meeting the technical challenges of digital transformation. They're bringing their 30 years of networking and security to the industrial scenarios, but it's not just a technical challenge we're dealing with, there's also a major cultural challenge. And again, Cisco is taking the lead to meet this challenge by developing the awareness that this exists, and then also showing how to bridge it. And Cisco is a company that's bilingual. That is, they can speak the language of IT and OT. And so that's what this whole session is about, to draw attention and awareness to this cultural challenge. And we're going to illustrate it by role-playing. We're going to exaggerate these personas. I'll be playing the role of an IT person, and I'll be joined by my colleague and friend, Albert Mitchell, who'll be playing the role of an OT person. And there's a lot of biases in this place, and we're going to try and exaggerate some of the concerns and some of the personality elements. And that's why I'm going to start off by wearing a rather, I don't know, bold, perhaps even arrogant shirt, because, well, you know, what happens in these cases is that IT is almost immediately perceived as arrogance, because they're the ones driving the change. They think they come into a meeting and they're being perceive that, oh, these guys think they have all the answers when they really don't know much about how the company runs. So that's why I'm wearing this shirt. Just want to exaggerate again these persona differences. And again, we're going to be setting the stage. This is a meeting to start the collaborative process, the first meeting between IT and OT to get the ball rolling. So join me, please. Oh, hey, Albert. Hey, thanks for making the meeting. Well, I was glad that you can make it.
I recognize you. You're in IT, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
IT.
okay.
My name's Tim. We've actually met several times before. Maybe you don't remember, but that's okay. Thanks for accepting the meeting. You know, this is a really good start.
All right.
I called this meeting because, our executive vice president, keeps mentioning that we have to move to Industry 4.0. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I was really kind of hoping this whole digitization thingy project, whatever you call it, I was hoping it would just go away. You know, I'm down in production, I'm working my line, and we're busy, right? I got stuff going on.
Well, I hear you. But you see, that's what I want to help with, because digitization can actually really drive productivity gains, and that's what our big boss, that's what's on his mind. You know, he went to some manufacturing seminar, that's what he came back with, and he keeps pinging me for updates, so I got to tell him something.
Yeah, the big boss has got some lofty goals. And he's been annoying me with those updates as well, so it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, well, I thought that he assigned this digitization project to you, and actually I thought you would have called this meeting because you need me to get this done.
I've been busy, you know, production, but, you know, I'm here now, so I'm reaching out, man, I'm here.
Well, you know, I know one of your guys, Roy, was it? He tried to do a digitization project a few months ago, but it didn't go well.
Yeah. So what Roy did was, he tried to do it on his line a few months ago. Disaster. I thought the boss would have learned his lesson from that. I mean, because there was a huge loss of productivity when Roy tried it, and it was bad.
Well, you know, I know what he did, and no offense, I'm not sure what he told you, but he didn't approach us for any help or guidance and just went entirely on his own, and he made some really big mistakes along the way.
Yeah, whoppers, huge mistakes.
Yeah, well, we know what he did wrong, though, and that's what I told the big boss, because we won't make those mistakes.
We? All right, okay, I'm here, all right. So I actually thought about this project a bit, okay? So if this happens, right, here's what we need to do, right? We actually need to get some production data out of my product line and send it to some application somewhere. We really want to just kind of stop doing production data, entering it manually, right? So stop the manual process.
Yeah, 100% agreed. So just tell me, you know, what's the app and where does it reside?
Reside? I don't know what you mean by app reside.
Oh, well, it could either, you know, it's typically cloud-based or on-prem, so...
Cloud? What's prem?
Well, cloud is in a managed data center that's off-site, and on-premise, well, you know, that's a data center that we take care of. But you know what, hang on, that's not important right now.
Man, what, we've been here, 5 minutes, and I'm lost, and we're talking about the cloud. I mean...
Okay.
Help me out, man.
Well, you know, like, if you want to do this on your own, you know, you could, but the big mistake for Roy is that he didn't know anything about networking and security. So if you want to, you know, go this and do it yourself, all I would recommend is for you to, like, you know, really get up to speed on networking and security to make sure that you're able to connect your machines in a manner that is secure, highly available, it's got deterministic failover, segmentation, so forth.
Me. Learn networking. How long did it take you to learn networking?
Well, you know, I got my CCNA, that's my Cisco Certified Network Associate, almost right out of university. And then within a year, I got my CCNP, that's the Cisco Certified Network Professional. But then it did take me a couple years to get my IE, the CCIE. That's the big ticket, you know, Cisco Certified Internetworking Expert. I think the whole process took me about 5 years.
CCNP? What? I mean, what are you doing to me, man?
Okay, well, they're networking certifications, you know, training. And the cool thing is right now, Cisco is actually updating all of their CCA, Cisco certified training, NP, NA, IE, and therefore you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck if you start on this new technology track, you know, get the longest life out of it. The best time you could start is now.
Well, 5 years. I mean, I ain't got that kind of time. Plus, it sounds like this training school you went to, they don't speak English. I mean, I don't understand half the stuff you're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. It's like, I know there's a lot of jargon, a lot of acronyms. It's very heavy that way, but, you know, that's just how it is. That was just a thought.
All right. Well, okay, let me flip it. How about you learn a little operations, right? A little bit of process, you know, roll up your sleeves, you know, learn how we actually make stuff in this company.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Well, I guess okay, but like, let me ask you, how long does that take to learn?
no formal training, really. I mean, 20 years for me.
20 years. Well, clearly this isn't going to work. I can't learn your job, and you can't learn my job in time. I can't wait 20 years. You can't wait 5. Well,
all right. I guess we're going to have to work together on this one then.
Yeah,
I'm not learning networking for no 5 years.
Well, I'm not going to spend 20 learning production.
Okay.
I guess that's not going to work.
If we're going to have to work together, then you got to understand more about what's going on, right? And where you, Mr. IT guy, fit into all this.
Okay.
You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I got a picture for you. So I prepped a little bit for this presentation. So this is a little bit about how I'm viewing the world.
Oh, I see.
See?
Okay.
So this is an OT company. We make money based on what I do. Right? We're the profit center.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about that.
That's true.
And IT is just this little satellite rolling around my world, barely impacting the tides on my planet, okay? So you just, let's be clear about this is how we were doing just fine before IT came along, and we're going to keep doing fine without, with IT.
Okay, well, that's a generous dose of humble pie so early in the morning, but okay. Well, why don't you lay it out for me, okay?
Right.
Then if you want me to learn your world, tell me, what are your priorities? What keeps you up at night? What do you want out of this project? What do I need to know about your world so that we can actually work together?
Okay. Yeah. Now, this may be not the big boss may not think this is the #1 priority, but me and the guys on the floor, we want to walk out the same way we walked in every day. Uninjured, safe.
Yeah.
Safety #1, right? Hard hats, glasses, right? Safety. The boss cares about units produced. We have quota that we have to hit, and they never reduce quota, okay? Defects. We got to make sure that we're hitting it, but quality is, in this case, job 2. It's not Ford, it's job 2. First is units produced, then quality. And all about efficiency, where we're really trying to reduce waste. So throw away as little as possible. And we measure everything, right? So we're in this constant optimization loop to produce things, reduce defects, and waste. Here we go. This is just a cycle about how we're operating things.
Okay, I hear you so far. That makes sense. But so what keeps you up at night?
Yeah,
What's
okay,
weighing
so
on
here
your
we
mind?
go, right? What's keeping me up at night is unplanned downtime, right? We have some planned downtime, but if I don't know what's happening, or if I'm not controlling it or understand every aspect of it, that's a problem. Because when things go wrong, first we have to figure out what went wrong, how to replace it. We're talking thousands of dollars an hour for everything that goes down, right? So unplanned downtime is a major problem for me.
Okay.
And the other thing is that the old guys, I may look old, but there's guys older than me out there. They're taking retirement and they're going, and we're not filling them in with the young guys are not coming in and filling it in the gap. I'll tell you a story. You ever hear the one about the guy who fixed the machine with his hammer and had a huge payday? You never heard this one?
No, I never heard that
it's
story.
A big story, right?
Is this an OT story?
Yeah, this one, it's like this guy who, it's an OT story.
Okay,
you need to know these.
Enlighten
You're going to work with me. You need
me.
to know this.
Sure, okay.
Right?
Bring it.
So
I like stories, Grandpa.
You're killing me. So there was this machine that was in operation. No one really knew how it worked, but it was running, and everyone just kept their fingers crossed. One day, kaput. Machine goes down.
All right.
They had to bring in the guy who was maintaining the machine after years of retirement. So he agrees to come in. He walks around the machine, analyzes it, asks a few questions, takes a hammer out of his bag, and smacks it really hard one time. Like magic. Machine just starts up.
Okay, cool.
Everyone's happy. Machine's back and running. Okay,
That's
great.
good. Yeah.
Week later, he sends in his bill, $5,000.
Whoa.
Exactly. And the boss goes, $5,000 seems a bit high. I need to see it itemized. Okay?
All right, okay.
Here's his itemized bill.
Excellent.
$5 for the hammer, $4,900. Knowing where to strike the hammer.
Yeah,
right?
I see your point.
This tribal knowledge is key to actually keeping things operational, right?
Okay.
That's the 20 years that we've been talking about.
Yeah, fair point.
Right?
Got it. Okay, well, what about digital transformation? What are your thoughts?
I'm ready. I got you covered.
Okay.
Exposure and limitability. Again, I got to maintain control. I'm concerned about digital transformation and my exposure to things that I don't control and my danger and liability there, right? Complexity. I look at what you're trying to do and I see a brand new bunch of boxes, I don't know what they are, and all of a sudden, I can't live without them, right? And safety is number one. We can't be having wires running everywhere, so keep it simple, keep it controlled. I mean, these are the things that I'm really concerned about with digital transformation.
Okay, got it, so far.
And frankly, right now I'm self-reliant and I gotta stay that way. I know you got this whole process of opening up trouble tickets. I mean, I'm not down with trouble tickets. I mean, I'm not calling first line support only to wait for a hold for fourth line support and then told 4 hours later someone will be there. No. I mean, that's a process that will not work for me. So we're gonna change. If that's your process, we got to change processes already. Okay. So self-reliance. Again.
So what do you want out of all this?
So from digital transformation, if we're going to do it, and this is what the big boss believes, and I don't have any reason to doubt him as long as he's signing my paychecks, right? We're going to increase production. So we already have a situation where today we go into routine maintenance every 6 months, regardless. We take the line down, we repair, analyze everything. Now, the dream is we can get the data into some sort of application that will tell us, do we need to do routine maintenance every 6 months? Can we wait another month, 2 months, 3 months? The less we bring down the line, the better production is, right? It's all about uptime. So maybe we're doing maintenance where we don't need to, right? So that's what the data ultimately is for.
Yeah.
Right? And we want to increase quality. We want to be having the data, analyzing it, figuring out what we can do better. Again, remove the defects, increase the quality, more money for the company, right?
More money, more better.
Exactly, more money, more better. Couldn't have said it better myself. Non-stop operations, right? Let's keep this thing rolling. If we're going to digitize it, it's got to help with the automation portion of it all as well.
Okay.
All right. And man, I can't stress this enough. We know reliance on IT. We got to keep it simple. Rip and replace, right? Self-sufficiency. I can't wait 4 hours, right, for somebody to come and tell me, just log into something or other and do these X commands. No, that ain't cutting it, man.
Okay, I hear you.
So that's kind of like where I'm coming from, man.
Okay, that's a lot to absorb, but it's very helpful. Now let me flip it back to you. It's like, let me share what you need to know about us and where we're coming from, our priorities, what keeps us up at night, and what we want out of this project so that we can, put it all on the table and then find a way to work together. Is that fair?
That's fair. Let's see it, Mr. Ego.
Okay, well, you showed me your picture of the world.
Oh, God.
This is how we see it, man. We're the unsung heroes, and we support everybody. We support you, we support sales, we support engineering, support marketing, and it's a thankless job, man. It's hard, and it's thankless. It's like we're constantly putting out fires, and when we finally put them out, all we get is, why is there a fire in the first place? So it's not an easy role we play, man. It's like we deserve some respect. Okay. Well, like you, uptime.
I'm all about uptime.
Uptime, yeah. We got to keep that network up. That's the backbone of all our communications, all our apps, everything. So that's got to stay up.
Right.
But we're under constant attack. We can't leave ourselves exposed to these new and evolving multi-stage attacks. And it's like we always have to stay one step ahead and maintain a healthy security posture. And that requires a lot of effort, vigilance, and protocols to be in place in order to make that happen. Yeah, we solve problems, and we got to keep close details of all these cases and what was tested, what was tried. We can't, if we don't log all this somewhere, then we have to start from the top every time we start troubleshooting, and then it takes that much longer to solve any given problem. So yeah, we have to use tickets. We got to use a system and formal process to get here, because ultimately we're a cost center. Yeah, I know, you make the money, but we keep the company running and humming too, with all the data and all the services we provide, but we have to ask for money, we have to justify it, and we got to show, when we need headcount or equipment. So those are the key things that
Sucks being a cost center.
Yeah, it definitely does. We don't have the funds you guys have. You control a lot more of the budget than we do. That's laying it on the table as it is.
Glad you see it that way.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So let me tell you what keeps me up at night.
There you go.
Never-ending cyber war, number one. I've already talked about it. I don't have to keep rehashing it, but that's biggest on my mind. The next thing is rogue devices that are just being added to the network. You told me a story about your guy with the hammer. Let me tell you a story about a janitor with a thermometer. The janitor says, you know what, I'm tired of walking to this fish tank in the middle of the casino lobby to check the temperature so that I do whatever I need to do. I'm going to drop a little IoT thermometer in there, and it saves me having to walk from my closet where I live, and I go out there. And then once he's done that, that's an IoT device that is a foothold. The whole casino got hacked and breached. To what? Save the janitor 20 steps? Come on, this is the type of stuff that keeps me up at night, these rogue devices being added without talking to IT. It's crazy. The other thing that just worries me to death is when I look at your network. It's insane. It's like you just add device to device and it's a flat network. There's no hierarchy, no scaling, there's no segmentation. If something gets infected, everything can get infected. Or if there's a loop, everything gets taken down.
That sounds
there's
like what happened to Roy.
domain. That's exactly what happened to Roy, man. Oh, it scares me. And then you guys never upgrade your software. I walk around your floor, I see Windows XP, Windows NT. Dude, these are my grandfather's computers. Fred Flintstone called. He wants his computer back. It's like, what's going on with that?
It ain't broke.
It ain't broke. It ain't broke, but it's vulnerable as crap. It's like, we got to do something about that. So what worries me about this digital transformation project is that we're massively increasing our threat surface. We already manage over 100,000 devices, but once we add your production lines, we could be hitting close to 1 million. It's like, that's a lot of places that we can get attacked from. Right. And they're just managing those sheer number of devices. Like I say, that's big numbers we're talking about, and when we have to apply policy throughout, we can't leave little chunks and holes in our armor. We have to be comprehensive and push this out entirely to really enforce it and have value. So these are some big challenges. And I just need you to really understand the risk that connecting all these devices, especially devices that we haven't approved, brings along with it, man. This is some real serious concerns that I have.
All right, okay.
Yeah? So, what I want you to take away maybe just from this meeting is that, hey, when you add a network connectivity, it's not the same as adding a junction box. There's a whole potential of security concerns that can bring along with it. So make sure you choose the right box. Let's talk about that. And the same with devices. Please don't add any IoT devices to your network without having a conversation with us first. They have so little security and they're just so cheaply made, and it could just really expose ourselves to a lot of danger. And then when you guys add these cellular gateways, every one of those is a back door. I need to know about all those back doors. Every single one is a back door all the way into our company. And it's like, I got to make sure that I know about them, and then
those vendors just kind of like sneak them in sometimes.
Exactly. So it's like, we have to find some. This is, again, why we have procedures and protocols, because if these things are done without our knowledge, I can't protect what I don't know. So yeah, we got some tools, we have some methods. Maybe they're not quite what you need, but we'll figure out something that will work, but there's a reason for everything we do. This is 30 years of experience. There's method behind this madness. It's not just madness.
Okay, I get it. You're not just sitting there playing video games all day long.
No, not all day, All right. So, well, I'm confident we can get you a secure solution to get the data from your app, from your machines to your apps. Absolutely confident. And that will make your production faster, better, and cheaper.
Okay, so that all sounds good. But before we get started, what do you know about Profinet?
Profinet, well, honestly, not much. I've heard of it. It's a protocol, right?
Right. It's one of the protocols that we use on the production line, and it's based on IP. But essentially, the data that we need is coming from these PLCs that are running over Profinet.
Okay. So, this partner that I want us to use, Cisco Systems, they know IT and OT, and they're the global networking and security leader, and they have been for the past 3 decades, and they have a whole line of industrial products, and I was reading the data sheets on these products, and Profinet was one of the protocols listed as supported on them.
Cisco, you mean The food company?
No, that's a different company. I'm talking Cisco with a C, C-I-S-C-O, not S-Y-S-C-O. Cisco Systems, it's a networking company. And
Makes
like
sense.
I say, they got industrial products and solutions. They've been doing industrial automation for over a decade. They support all these major protocols.
All right. What about CIP? Did you see that on the data sheet?
Yeah, I saw CIP. I also saw Modbus and Ethernet IP and some other protocols. I don't know them, I'm being honest. Putting the cards on the table, but they were on the data sheet. They were supported.
Okay, good, because they're important. So Cisco, and they're already supporting Profinet and SIP and the other protocols we run, all right. Good start. Sounds like you made a good choice for partner, all right?
Okay, well, I'm glad you think so, because I'm really excited to get going here, because what I really want to do is, first of all, segment your production network. I want every cell assigned to a VLAN with its own DHCP pool, and then I want to start using scalable group tags and software-defined access, and then really rolling out intent-based networking all the way to that IoT edge and your floor, everything, man. I'm so jazzed.
Whoa.
So excited.
SGT, ACLs. I mean, you're talking English. I recognize the words, but I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Okay,
we got to solve it right now.
Okay, getting ahead of myself. I'm just so excited. This is a real opportunity for IT to shine and be more than just a cost center, to really be a strategic partner in digital transformation. I get sometimes carried away. We don't have to dive into the weeds yet. Let's just focus on, I think we can work together. You do what you do best. Let me do what I do best. And you set the requirements and the constraints. I'll find you a solution, and then we'll deliver that solution for you to meet your needs with all the appropriate security, networking, everything, best practices.
That's fine. I can sort of deal with that at a big picture level, but I got to be self-sufficient.
Yeah.
Right? If I have to rip and replace if something gets, to get back up and running, right? I'm a little concerned about these trouble tickets, you understand?
Yeah, I hear you. You know what? You'll define the intent, we'll deliver it, we'll find a way to keep you completely self-sufficient, and then, as the business needs evolve, we'll just sit down like we're doing now, and we'll figure it all out together. What do you say to that?
All right, okay.
It doesn't have to be painful.
All right, okay, because the big boss needs a successful pilot project to erase the memories of what happened with Roy.
Yeah, I hear you, and you know what? I'm willing to learn these industrial automation protocols. Like I say, I don't know them, and I want to know how your production line works and how we make the widgets we make.
Fair enough. I guess I could stand to learn a little bit about networking and security, branch out a bit if you will, but don't use the term widgets anymore.
Oh, okay, my bad. Guess we hit a nerve there. Okay, so I think we got a good start.
Okay, so I'll let my production line be the pilot for this digitization project thingy, but by the hammer of Thor, you better test this out, right? None of this amateur hour on my production line. This better be thoroughly vetted before we go production.
Oh, absolutely, and again, this is why I think working with Cisco would be the right choice, because they do these things called Cisco validated designs, where they stress test and scale test, and these solutions have been deployed by thousands of customers, so you can bank on it. It really de-risks the project. So that's what I want to leverage, and then we will test and prove everything out, and I'll show you everything working before we go live on your line. How about that? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
That's a good idea. So, to be honest, I have no idea how my production data is going to get to that dang cloud application thingy.
Yeah, well.
But I guess there's no avoiding it. I held out for a long time without a mobile phone, and now I can't live without it. So there's a lesson to be learned there.
Yeah, and I think our boss is onto something. I think this is the right way forward.
So you know what? I'm taking a shining to you. Why don't you come on down to the production line sometime, and we'll show you around and see how how things are really operating.
You know what? I'll be there first thing tomorrow. I want to make this successful. So I guess I got to buy a hard hat. I'm not really even sure where to buy it. Maybe I'll go online, Amazon, and have it drone delivered and get it here ASAP. And I'll join you. And then, you know what? Maybe later in the week we could go out for a beer or something.
Now you're pushing it. All right. Tell you what. I'll let you sit by me in the cafeteria, okay? I'm tired of seeing you sit over there by yourself.
Okay, whatever, Boomer.
All right, hey, Tim.
Hey, thanks so much, Albert.
We're going to be successful.
We're going to make it.
All right.
Very good. Thanks so much.
Back to work.
Okay, so while we exaggerated a bit for comic effect, I think you get the main points. IT and OT are very different personas. They have different skill sets, different areas of expertise, and you can't replace one with the other. Not easily. They have years of knowledge and experience that just can't just be, ignored. So really, they're forced. This has to be a partnership where they're brought together in order to make that joint project successful. So it all starts to bridge the cultural gap that exists here, getting to know each other. Just we were talking about here, we have to understand what are the respective priorities, what are the respective concerns, what are the respective expectation of digital transformation. And then while there's a lot of differences, these differences do not preclude collaboration and success. And this gap that exists between IT and OT can be bridged, and it's bridged by having the kinds of discussions like we just illustrated in this skit today. So this is what we want to leave you with, 3 key takeaways. IT and OT collaboration, it's inevitable. It has to happen. Industries have to transform digitally, and the sooner they do, the better for their business. And we encourage you to partner with Cisco. They're the leader in this IT-OT collaboration space. We see this in the hardware that Cisco makes, in the products, in the software, and also in the solutions, like CVDs were mentioned. So we want you to understand these technological requirements and cultural challenges to have IT and OT collaborate successfully to drive digital transformation in industry. Thanks for joining us.
The producers, the dancers, the band, even the lighting trusses communicate with Justin's in-ears over the Cisco Meraki system. So when Justin navigates the stage, they can all move as a unit. There's really no room for error. It needs to work every single time. Cisco gives us the reliable connectivity we need to deliver the best experience possible for Justin's fans. When anybody has a moment to catch a break on tour, the first thing we do is connect with our loved ones.
Hi, honey.
Anything we can do to feel like we're home. When we are working on the world's best tours, we want the world's best partners, and we're lucky to have Cisco as a partner. It makes our lives so much easier.
Between the show and the business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was really good in math and physics. So that was my favorite subject since high school. That's actually how I ended up in engineering. My name is Alfonsine Imaniraguha. I am a consulting engineer at Cisco in the US, but I was born in Rwanda. It was April 6th, 1994. That night, we heard like a loud explosion in the sky. We rushed to listen to our radio, and we learned that President of Rwanda, that his plane was shut down. That was the beginning of the genocide. I was 13 years old. I remember just hiding in the bushes, not sleeping at home at night. My dad was like, hide here, I'm going to find another place where we can safely all hide. As soon as my dad left, we immediately overheard the group of militiamen say that they just killed him. I didn't feel the ground. I didn't feel the air around me. There was no wind, there was no sun. I was already dead. Eventually, I found my 3 younger siblings. They were in the orphanage. At that point, I was like, I don't know what's gonna happen, but my life has a meaning. Just watching how one person could make a big difference, I started on my nonprofit, Rising Above the Storms. We work with the homeless kids. We help them go back to school. I could have ended on the street. I could have been one of them, and just seeing them actually dreaming, it gives me hope. Doesn't matter how you do it, making a goal to change one life. Seeing how Cisco has enabled me to do something I love so much, I can't imagine a better feeling in this life.
Between survival and inspiration, there's Alphonsine Imanaruguha.
I myself was a foster child. I've gone through a tremendous amount of abuse, and I come from a long line of addiction and things like that. I've been a volunteer dance teacher for many, many years, and in 2010, one of my 15-year-old dance students was sexually assaulted in the Bay Area and sold throughout California for a year. What I decided to do in December of 2011 was actually to form Love Never Fails, which is now the nonprofit that is addressing the issue of human trafficking. So the way that I sought out healing was to become active in this space and do something about it. I can tell you that I have so much joy knowing that I get to be a part of the restoration of these women, men, and children. Just commit 1 hour a week towards that thing that will feed your soul. And I promise you, it will energize you and it will give you the strength to do 10x what you're currently doing because you'll just know that every moment that you're taking has so much meaning to those around you.
Between human trafficking and a future without fear, there's Vanessa Russell. Cisco, the bridge to possible. As in so many cities, for Kyoto, tourism is a very big deal. But tourism means people, and with so many of them, the city had its hands full. Kyoto didn't just have to get better at managing them all, it had to get smarter. And with Cisco's help, that's exactly what happened. Strategically located smart kiosks now connect tourists with a concierge who can steer them to less congested attractions. So crowds are more evenly distributed. Smart street lighting monitors foot traffic, automatically controls brightness when and where it's needed most, and pinpoints outages in real time, so repairs can be made faster. And with special terminals monitoring multiple cameras, data can be compared simultaneously, making the city safer than ever before. As for the people of Kyoto and the millions of tourists who visit every year, they have just one thing to say about their new smart city. We can't wait to see what's next. Between ancient and smart, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The electricity is always there. We don't worry about it. We don't think about it. Never do we think about an attack on the power grid. It is like this all over the world. It is like this in Finland. Turku Energia supplies electricity for hundreds of thousands of people. Because its operations network was independent from IT, an attack could have found its way into the grid and no one would have known, until it was too late. By extending the IT network out to operations, Cisco was able to help secure the entire system, both now and in the future. And with Cisco IoT technology, the new virtually fail-proof system is as reliable as it is secure. One unified network. It's why tonight, in Turku, life will go on like it always has and always will.
Between on and always on, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
For years, we've been hearing about IoT.
Ooh, look, my cat just woke up. Let me put the lights on for her.
It's time to get real. This is about big, industry-changing things, complex things. It's about a network of things that includes this, and these, and that thing, and whatever this is. You've got more data than you can shake a stick at, and that stick generates data too. This is industrial-strength IoT. It connects turbines to power grids, pipeline operations to refineries, first responders to life-saving devices. It's a big challenge, and it makes a difference to our lives. So how do you meet it head-on? Not like this. Like this. Only Cisco can securely connect tens of thousands of assets at the farthest edge of your network to the heart of your business, no matter the scale. With security built in, not bolted on, and a flexible network to grow as your business expands. Now, IT's happy, ops are happy, innovation is accelerated, business is transformed, lives are improved. Between big ideas and big results, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
This is the data center, and it deals with demand. Demand that's coming from anywhere, any place, any device. Billions of things, millions of apps, clouds of all kinds, demands for capacity, for analytics, for real-time insights, giving customers exactly what they want. And it's all landing right here. But that's okay, because you're not just waiting for it. You've got ACI Anywhere, a remote control that gives you the power to answer any need, choose any cloud, manage and secure any demand, right from here. So tell them to bring it on. You're ready, anytime, anywhere. Cisco ACI goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. The power is here, and here, but also here, and definitely here. Anywhere you need the full force and power of your infrastructure, hyper-converged. It's like having thousands of data centers, wherever you need them, powering applications anywhere they live, but managed from the cloud. So you can automate everything from here. Cisco HyperFlex goes anywhere. Cisco, the bridge to possible. National Instruments had a predicament. Bandwidth demands were on the increase. And while growth is good, their IT budget wasn't keeping pace. Not so good. IT needed to deliver more bandwidth to offices around the world while keeping spending under control. That's not so easy. Suddenly, the company that helps engineers accelerate innovation found themselves needing help. Oh, and it needs to be fast, flexible, affordable, and secure too. A tall order, but by no means an impossible one. Not with the decision to turn to us, the people who invented the network in the first place. Using a Cisco SD-WAN solution in Cisco services, we massively increased their bandwidth. Where their budget held them back, we propelled them forward. Now, most companies would be delighted right there, but we went further. Network deployments are faster than ever. And where their old network generated problem tickets faster than anyone could count, the number of WAN-related tickets has decreased 70% in the past year. All of this to prove that between those frozen processes of yours and free-flowing productivity, there's a bridge. Tell us what you're imagining, and we will build the bridge to get you there.
Stel je voor, de eerste zijde uit China. Kruiden uit Indië. Thee, rubber, suiker. Alle rijkdommen van de wereld gaan we hier, in deze plaats.
For over 500 years, the lifeblood of commerce has flowed in and out of the port of Rotterdam. Today, it's on a scale and at a speed never before imagined, until now.
There is a lot at stake. We have vessels entering the dangerous cargo. We have very large container carriers. If one gets stuck in the entrance, the entire harbor is jammed. Consequences, safety-wise and economically, are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
Ongelooflijk.
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Here's a question. In a world where data goes everywhere, where does that put your data center? At the moment, trends are born, greeting customers with every detail they need. At the point where all your clouds meet and share. But also on watch, securing everything and everyone. In an uncentered world, you need a data center that extends to every branch, every device, every cloud, everywhere. The Cisco data center goes everywhere your data is. Between data everywhere and exactly where you need it, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
There is something unique about a baby's cry. Like no other sound, it stirs our instinct to nurture and protect. Unfortunately, those cries sometimes go unheard. Because in some neonatal wards in Uganda, there isn't enough equipment or staff. Now those cries can be heard with the help of a wearable monitor that displays critical information for each baby, enabling nurses to immediately respond with the proper care. This life-saving technology was developed by Neopenda, a medical device company serving emerging markets and underserved people. Cisco's support helped Neopenda further develop the technology that connects its devices. This is one more example of how Cisco empowers social entrepreneurs to use innovative technology to make the world better. Between a baby's cry and a nurse's care, there's a bridge.
Cisco, the bridge to possible.
The Ellen Show is the #1 daytime talk show in America. By far, the biggest thing we do all year is our Mother's Day event. It's so much fun, and our fans just love it. We spend a lot of time aligning the show with brands that want to be a part of the Ellen experience.
Hey guys. Hey New York. Hi. There were a bunch of moms-to-be all over the country who tried to get tickets, but they could not get tickets.
We're usually working on a really tight schedule. The faster we can launch or join meetings, the better.
Hi. I am going to use Cisco video technology to surprise them. I don't want to surprise the baby out of you, but surprise!
Some of us are in LA, some of us are in New York. There's an enormous amount of collaboration that goes on between us. And it really doesn't matter if we're on a laptop in our office or on the lot.
We're back, and so far no one in the audience has gone into labor. Well, we're just getting started.
Because we don't always have things nailed down until the last minute, communication becomes a really big deal. Being able to share, tweak, and review Microsoft Office documents within WebEx Teams and actually see those changes as they're being made, that's huge. We do hundreds of integrations every year, so we've gotten to the point where if we weren't using WebEx Teams, it would just slow the whole process down. With Cisco WebEx Teams, we know this is going to be the best Mother's Day show ever.
Between teamwork and the biggest show of the year,
Be kind to one another. Happy Mother's Day!
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Every day, every night, everywhere. People are living on the streets. We see it. We all know it's a problem. But what can we do? In Brisbane, Australia, two young mates decided to do something. They would start small. They decided not to call them homeless. They would call them friends. Then, they outfitted a van with a washer, dryer and a shower and hit the streets of Brisbane to wash their friends' clothes. Orange Sky was born. One van quickly became 2, then 4, then 20. The operation, staff, logistics needed to scale and quickly. So Orange Sky found a partner. Cisco tailored a Meraki network that can grow as they grow. Intuitive dashboards at the head office and robust Wi-Fi in every vehicle let Orange Sky monitor vans and onboard devices remotely via the cloud. Cisco WebEx connects leaders in real time with staff and volunteers, whose energy and enthusiasm is essential to the model's success. What happened? Something wonderful. While friends waited for their clothes to wash and dry, they talked. A simple connection, joining a community, perhaps for the first time in years. If one load of laundry can do that, who knows what's possible? Between cleaning clothes and creating a community, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
When mankind took its first steps on the moon, the images were captured with a lens made by Zeiss. When precision is in question, in manufacturing, science, medicine, anything, the answer, accurate to 200 billionths of a meter, is provided by Zeiss. Getting it right. Getting it precisely right. For nearly 2 centuries, Zeiss has set the standard for industrial precision and optic excellence. Looking forward, looking further, and innovating to get there. Now, technology is pushing us faster than ever toward a more connected world. Can Zeiss lead the way? They're already there. Zeiss has partnered with Cisco. Innovation and precision are now online. A team from Cisco Customer Experience working with Zeiss has designed an innovative IoT strategy, setting a new standard for Zeiss-connected data. Cisco Kinetic enables Zeiss to securely gather more information than ever, putting it to use in ways never before imagined, predicting performance and protecting uptime. Cisco WebEx brings Zeiss technicians and industrial customers together at a moment's notice, enabling innovation on the fly. The result? More advanced products, happier consumers, increased revenues. What they say is true. They don't make them like they used to. At companies using Zeiss, partnered with Cisco, they make them better. Between precision and the pace of business, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
I was running a plumbing business. It was great. We prospered and things were well. And then I got hurt and the spiral began.
Every night across America, 500,000 people go to sleep homeless.
When you're in the street, you are invisible. You're out there, nobody sees you.
You have to make hard choices, really hard choices.
As unimaginable as that is, even more are at risk of becoming homeless.
There are homeless from every profession: plumbers, electricians, doctors, financiers, a quantum physicist.
Which is why we're committed to help put a roof over the heads of those who need one most. And for those at risk, helping them keep theirs.
With all the homeless people out there, we were chosen for an apartment. It's better than the lottery. This is a place to live.
Together, let's be the bridge to a place called home.
I don't know you, but I love you for what you've done and how you helped me.
Technology. There's never been more potential at your fingertips. But technology is only half the picture. Introducing Cisco Customer Experience. We're here to help you get the most out of your technology, because behind the billions of connections, we believe there needs to be a relationship. Someone who can position you for continuous innovation. Someone who can help you design a roadmap for your next 5 weeks or your next 5 years. Someone who can be with you from whiteboard to reality. We'll help you transform not just your technology, but your business. We understand that your customers expect a lot of you, and we're here to help you deliver. Innovating, creating, delivering, transforming, with the right people and the right technology together. This is Cisco Customer Experience. Between technology and where it can take you, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Technology often comes down to a choice. This or that. Do you need 5G or Wi-Fi 6? Mobility or security? Should you be in the cloud or a data center? Do you need this gen or next? The answer to all these questions is yes. Now you don't have to choose, because there's one network that's ready for anything. It's called intent-based networking, and it's only from Cisco. A system built for Wi-Fi 6? Yes. And ready for 5G? Yes. And the numerous machine languages of the IoT? Yes. What about security and threat detection? VR, AR, AI.
The answer to your question is yes.
Intent-based networking from Cisco. Wireless first, cloud-driven, data optimized. Between what's now and what's next, there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
Good afternoon. From beautiful Barcelona, we are talking today about Cisco Data Center Anywhere. And after this session, I hope you get to understand in just 45 minutes all the exciting innovations we have for you to offer in the data center space. With that being said, let's get started. We have a lot to cover today. The very first thing you need to keep in mind is we live in an IT-hungry world. Everything we do is driven by applications. We touch around 3 to 10 applications every single day of our lives. And basically, everything needs to be fast. We want things as fast as possible. We're less patient than ever. The other part is we want things to be easy. Whether we consume them or manage them, it needs to be easier as ever. And the last part, it always needs to be on. In a world where we have music or videos just a click away, we want things to be not only fast, but also reliable. So the same thing, by the way, happens today in an IT-hungry world, which may be, delivered by the CIO or yourself as an IT lead. If we consider everything we do to deliver these applications, we have to go from infrastructure, again, no matter where it lives, it can be on-prem, cloud, virtual, physical, containers, all the way to applications, which may be not only delivered with a single click, but also continuously monitored, continuously managed, and again, hopefully optimized as well. And the last part, we always want this business to be on. The new digital business needs to be reliable and always needs to be secure. With that in mind, we are the only company that through Performance IT, we can deliver all this on any cloud, on any app, anywhere, and we call it Performance IT. We do not need to be bound to a specific hypervisor to run agility, to run security, or to have better operations. Our idea is to run your business anywhere it takes you. With that being said, I wanted to make a quick poll for everyone out there. So whether you're visiting virtually, in this case, from home, on America, or Asia, or even Europe, please take a few moments to understand or to let us know how you are prioritizing your IT initiatives for this 2020. We have multiple options. So please go to pollapp.com/LATAMSE and vote for one of these options, please. The first one is, are you thinking about migrating to the cloud? Another one would be, are you thinking about delivering IT services faster? The third one would be, do you want to reduce downtime? Is that something that is constantly hitting you? The fourth one is probably, why not leveraging something like AI Ops or AI, machine learning, and so on. And the other one that hits us commonly is security. Do we have any initiative in terms of security? Are we planning on doing some things like encryption or zero trust? So I'll give you a few seconds to vote so that you can help us understanding what your top initiatives are. In the meantime, keep in mind that, again, everything we're doing in the Cisco Data Center Anywhere story is going to be totally boundless. You don't have to run on-prem, you don't have to run cloud, you don't have to run on a specific hypervisor, as I said. Everything is going to be anywhere your business takes it. So with that being said, I know some of you may still taking your time to vote a little bit, but I'm thinking the other part would be probably to deliver IT services faster. We'll keep the poll open and probably get back to the results at the very end, but let's keep going with the presentation. The good news is, no matter which option you chose, there's something for you in today's presentation. So let's get going. With this, I am going to invite Jeff Allen, Director of Data Center Networking in the Worldwide Sales Organization, to join me to talk about a very important topic. We're going to be doing 3 different categories in today's presentation. And the first one that I think every customer out there you talk to on a daily basis, Jeff, is agility. So how do you see agility driving or transforming today's IT?
Yeah, so thanks, Carlos. Agility and innovation go hand in hand. And if you're unable to be flexible and you cannot adapt quickly to change, then bad things happen. And the list of companies that have done this is very long and famous. A couple of names that come to mind would be Radio Shack or Borders Books is another one. Probably one of the most famous ones is Blockbuster, that they were unable to change. These companies are not unwilling to change, it's just sometimes there's something in their infrastructure that is unable to adapt to the changes that are happening so quickly around them.
Correct.
So Cisco has been pretty good at this game. We've been, very skilled at making sure that we are introducing disruptive technologies, changing industries, and we've done this over and over again across compute. We've done it in storage, we've done it in voice. We have a good track record of doing this, but it's not by accident. And our internal infrastructure is set up to be able to adapt very quickly to these changes. John Chambers, he was very famous for always saying that he would predict, companies that would be disrupted or industries that would be disrupted, and sort of giving a glimpse of the future. And he would agree with us today if he were here when we say that 40% of the Fortune 500 won't be there in 10 years. And when I say won't be there, I mean they won't be on the list, they won't be around 10 years from now, which is incredible to think about. And all that has to do with a lot of these companies are not agile enough.
Right.
And that is the key metric that CIOs need to be looking at today is my company set up to be flexible, and can I adapt quickly when maybe I want to because I see the industry changing, or maybe I feel like I need to because a competitor is stepping in my space.
Correct. No, so it's either innovate or die, I guess, right?
Yes, exactly.
So, Jeff, let me ask you this question. How are we innovating at Cisco? How are we helping our customers be more agile?
Okay, great question, Carlos. So, we're doing two things that we feel like if customers would focus on these, they would not fall susceptible to some of the companies that we've mentioned. That is that applications have to be able to be deployed very quickly at anywhere, on any cloud or in the data center, whatever the case may be. A lot of the applications are cloud ready, but the ability to deploy them, they need to have an infrastructure that's set up for the applications to get out quickly. So, and, sort of the new DevOps model that you're seeing in lots of places today. The second is infrastructure. So, the compute, network, storage, they all need to have a good automation story around them, because automation is really a big driver and is a big key to this whole agility story.
Correct. Well, let me then show a little bit of what we're doing today.
I'd love to see it.
And probably we can start with the applications. You mentioned the first one of two, right, about focusing on agility, and the first thing that we wanted to do is drive or deliver applications, whether they are the classical applications, your SAP, your ERP, all these applications that are used to maintaining the business up and running, and the other ones which are cloud-native applications, which are made for transforming the business down the road. And then, well, we would like whatever path you are in, right, the current applications or the cloud-native ones, we want all of those to be a click away. And again, it doesn't matter where you want to place them, if it's on the cloud, if it's on-prem, if it's physical or virtual, and so on. So for that, I wanted to introduce Cloud Center. So that's the very first solution we'll take a look at. And the idea with this is to have applications and services a click away. So let me go to the demo. And really quick, as you can see, Cloud Center Suite is a SaaS offering where we are basically aggregating all clouds. It doesn't matter if it's physical, virtual, it doesn't matter if it's on-prem or public or even container-based. Just provide your credentials, and with that we will download every piece of offering that cloud has. So for example, things like instance size, the cost that they have, the operating systems they have. Once you have all that on a per cloud basis, we can create a catalog, and we model that once. So imagine having a web server modeled once, and then even having the ability to automatically scale that by saying, let's say I want 10 different instances in peak season, for example, right? Automatically scaling is a huge interest of lots of people. Now, once we model that service once, we can let our users single click and deploy the application. With that, let's put a name to it. And as you see, based on the credentials we provided before, we now can compare between all the clouds we have available. So maybe I want Azure and I compare it to Amazon. Well, as you can see, there's different pricing, different sizes. Same thing with Google, right? Different pricing, different sizes. So in my case, I'm just going to go, let's say for now, with Amazon. Let's click on it on the smallest size, and then let's click on deploy. So again, with a single click, I have successfully deployed my, in this case, online retail store. And the web server that is holding this web page can also be accessed via SSH. I do not need to store any keys, and everything is taken care of centrally, including the cost management. So this is a huge tool, I think, for centralizing in a totally agnostic way, whether that's Cisco hardware or any cloud, the way you deliver your applications. So with that being said, I don't know, Jeff, what you think about this, but you also mentioned infrastructure.
Yes, I did. So let's just take networking, for instance, as part of the infrastructure. There's a lot that goes to it. Like we talked about, there's compute and storage in this as well, but network is one. And when I started, doing networking many years ago, I thought it was complex then. You know, things like spanning tree and virtual trunking protocol and all of the routing protocols and all these things seemed very complex at the time. But as we fast forward, we realize what the IT administrators have to deal with today are, you know, they have virtual networking, they have cloud networking, there's containers, there's underlays, there's overlays, there's SDN. In fact, you know, virtual networking is a big part of this, and cloud networking is the CSR 1000, by the way. I read that that's the most popular download off of Amazon's marketplace, right? So this is truly important to people. This is a big deal. So this is, if these things can't be, if we can't put all these in a wrapper that makes them easy to manage, then that's a losing battle for that network administrator or that IT department, especially because, you know, different groups are sometimes responsible for these different components, right? And, you know, some of the things we mentioned, like cloud, that's a different, handled by a different group. So we need something that brings all that together.
Correct. So if I hear well, and multiple personas managing multiple things, probably not consistently, right? So how have you seen the evolution of the network?
So we used to do this switch by switch, port by port troubleshooting, and you know, we would SSH into switch 1, we would make a change, and then we'd SSH into switch 2. But while I'm configuring switch 2, I took a phone call, and I forgot to put in one command. So now I have some inconsistency in the network, and I don't know that it's there. There's nothing that goes back and checks that for me.
Right.
That's the type of thing that cannot happen when we're automating configurations. Everything has to be consistent.
Correct. So, well, that's extremely relevant. So let me show you a little bit of what you're talking about with ACI.
Excellent.
So in this case, we're seeing ACI multi-site orchestrator. You have a central point of management for all your networking sites based on ACI, whether they are on-prem or cloud-based. Just by having this, you have automated data center interconnect, by the way. So even extending layer 2 is just a matter of minutes or seconds by having ACI, which is extremely useful in this case, considering it's a VXLAN configuration. The second part, now we move on the site level. Now, every time you add a new switch, usually takes a long time, right? You rack, you configure the out-of-band management network, you have to configure lots of things. Here with ACI, we automatically discover every single switch you have. So the nice part with this is you have to put a name, a number, or an ID to it, and then you're done. As you can see in the demo that we're showing right now, not only VXLAN gets configured, the IP address, obviously the name, and the automatic discovery of new switches is done exactly the same way. So it's only 3 clicks every time you add a new switch. The other part is very complicated things like BGP and VXLAN with MPBGP. Well, you just put an atomic system, a number, and you're done, right? Other things like DNS or NTP, things like, as you said, you were configuring on a per switch basis, probably configuring it one switch, and the next one you would not configure it consistently. Well, you just have to do it once. Same thing with best practices. We have simplified quite a lot the model so that the wizard does everything for you. The other part is not only you're centralizing all the management and the monitoring for all your physical switches, as we can see right now. As you can see in the diagram, we see the apex, the control points, the spines, and leaves. But also, every port is now centrally managed. You can see if it's red, if it's green, if it's yellow. Everything is centrally managed, as I said. The other part is we didn't stop at the physical network. We wanted you to see things like virtual networks. You mentioned Microsoft like Hyper-V or VMware or Red Hat or OpenStack. Well, we need to see that virtual network connectivity and how healthy that is been performing. And the last but not least part is containers. We said we might be moving to cloud native. So again, all the way to the containers, if you have Kubernetes or Cloud Foundry or OpenShift, we will make sure that you see all the way to that specific portion of the network. So again, we're trying to cover the whole thing, again, from a single pane of glass in terms of network.
So this is pretty awesome. If I had both of these products, you know, one to control my applications, another one that can control my infrastructure. If I'm a company like Netflix, I'm not going to be disrupted. You know, clearly these things would help me stay ahead in the game. So
at least the network won't be the one to blame for slowdown.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
So Jeff, I want to ask you another thing. There's another piece of equation, which is compute and storage.
Yeah.
So how have you seen that evolve?
So we announced UCS 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago, a product that, you know, revolutionized the way the server management was done. Customers loved it. It was received very well, and it sold very well. Still sells very well today. We introduced a lot of new products along the way, and some of those were backup servers, we did rack servers after we did blade servers, and then we did storage servers with Hyperflex after that. And so there was a definite need to bring all of this into a common management platform, and UCS was good at that. But what we needed was something if I had multiple sites that made this very easy to manage. And we did an acquisition after UCS of Meraki, and that led us to some ideas, some things that we could do much better than the way UCS was doing them currently, kind of a site-by-site basis. So
Right. And then I think this also evolved, right? I guess we took some other models. What have you seen that we can do to help our customers then?
Yeah, so by introducing Cisco Intersight, this gives us now a cloud-based management platform that all of my servers can log into. I believe we have 460,000 current users on the platform today, which is just unbelievable. So, it is very much a Meraki. In fact, we have this term where we call it Merakified, that we have sort of Merakified what UCS does.
Correct.
And kind of a cool term for it.
Well, that's great. And the best thing, just to start using it, is for free, right? It's free.
Yes.
So,
awesome.
Well, why don't I show you a little bit of how this actually looks like?
I'd love to see it. Yep.
So let's log into Intersight. Let's take a look at it. And the very first thing is that we have the central dashboard where we can even see things like power consumption, right? All inventory of every server you have. So we can start probably with things like rack servers. We can see things, for example, like graphical representation of every component of every server we have. So for example, in this case, we can see if the disks are fine, if there's an alarm, if there's something I should be concerned about. Again, everything from a central point of view, right? So this is extremely important. The other part is that you get also visibility for blade servers as well, and hyperconverged ones. So we got predictive analysis how soon you're going to run out of storage. And not only that, but you're also going to be able to install everything, in this case with Hyperflex, whether that's edge or data center versions, directly from the cloud. So again, extremely huge in terms of automation. The other part is the devices, right? Not only can you do servers, the traditional ones, now we also support other things like Apex from ACI, or integration with UCS Director, which may be a tool for automation that some customers are doing. So we're gradually introducing UCS Director integration as we move on. Last part that I wanted to cover before I move on to the solutions is the operating system. We will even install the operating system directly from the cloud for you. And the other part that we're now announcing is we can even create with a single click solutions like Kubernetes installation and SD-WAN. So as you can see, Intersight is a very powerful tool so that we can manage everything directly from the cloud.
Not just servers, not just converged, not just hyper-converged, but all the way down to doing the operating system installation on the servers itself. It's pretty impressive.
That's right. So I think, Jeff, I really wanted to thank you because I think we're taking agility to a next level.
I agree. Yep.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything else you want to mention before.
I think you've covered it pretty well here, Carlos. So
well,
thank you for your time.
Jeff, thank you for being with me today. So let me see if I learned well what Jeff just talked about. And the very first thing is we're driving agility in two fronts. The first one, application delivery. So we are building Cloud Center so that you have a central point of modeling and even delivering the services that you want on any single cloud, plus your own tools. This is very important. Everything we do at Cisco not only has built-in automation, but it also has a do-it-yourself. So if you want to use Terraform, or you want to use Ansible, or you want to use other things like Puppet and Chef, we can always include that as part of your offering. So again, the result of that, we eliminate thousands of lines of code. We decrease end user wait time, and the best part, we can drive new services to transform our business faster than ever. The second part, network automation. We covered how ACI not only controls and manages cloud, but also multiple sites with Data Center Interconnect. We have the easiest Data Center Interconnect solution in the market. And the last part, we can move freely VMs from one site to another one, decreasing network provisioning times by 80%. The last part we saw is that with Intersight, plus again your own tools, if you wish, you can do compute and storage faster than ever. Even we can install solutions like Kubernetes or SD-WAN with a single click. So again, stay tuned because Intersight is doing a major uplift, and we're going to announce more in tomorrow's keynote. With that, let me now introduce my good friend, Danny McGinnis. Danny.
Hello, Carlos. How
great
you
to
doing?
see you,
Hi,
Dan.
everybody. Thanks for
Danny,
having me.
Director for Marketing. So, Danny, we talked about in the previous section how we're building things faster than ever through automation, how we're driving agility in any cloud. But once we're running, things will break. And then that's a part that I usually find very amusing, I would say, how we fix the stuff. So what's your take on that, so that you talk to a lot of customers every day in this front?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, you're spot on, absolutely. You know, we always come down to this kind of this blame game in networking, right? Especially, I mean, I lived on the customer side for many, many years, and a big part of my day was, you know, that troubleshooting and trying to find out, especially doing root cause analysis, like looking backwards and saying, hey, why did something happen, right? Or what caused this problem? And really trying to find out why it went wrong to avoid it happening again, right? So that root cause analysis piece is very difficult.
Right.
So let's just talk a little bit about, I mean, you asked me to kind of double down on this. I mean, I think that whole concept of, you know, finding where the problem is right now is really coming down to the fact that there's so many different teams and so many different components to what's happening on the network.
Right.
When I was, you know, 10, 15 years ago, a lot of these things were done in silos, right? You built the servers, you built the switches, you plugged the server in, it didn't move. Now things are dynamic. They're all over. They're moving out to a cloud. They're coming back. Applications are just, the pace at which they turn up has changed so dramatically. And so with that, you know, really trying to pinpoint and find that needle in the haystack is not an easy thing to do.
It's always a network, right?
It's always the network. It's always the network. So anyway, I think, you know, a big part of where we're going at Cisco is obviously the innovation in the hardware and the infrastructure is a big component. But the solutions on top and the applications that we've been developing to really there's really two aspects to it. Analyzing the data and being able to store it somewhere centrally.
Right.
And that isn't just the network data, it's the telemetry data that's happening in the application, in the compute, in the cloud, in the network. Putting that into a common set of repositories so that multiple components can then go learn from it, correlate it, and give back very intelligent remediation advice or proactively fix it.
Correct. Well, so with that, probably I can show you something,
I think
right?
you're going to take us through a couple of these, right?
Sure.
All
In
right.
the first section, we talked about networking with ACI, single pane of management for all things networking. We talked about Intersight, single pane of management for compute and storage. Now let's talk about App Dynamics. So we want a different lens in this case, which is the application view. So App Dynamics, it's a SaaS or on-prem offering that shows the whole business logic on an application perspective. For example, in this case, maybe we want to see how our users are experiencing our applications. We want to see probably if they are accessing in one country or another one, or if they're having issues on one of them, for example, because the network is too slow. Or maybe they have a specific browser version or a specific device that they are not running the right application on. So we want to know as developers or as application owners if something goes wrong in any of these flavors. So we have full visibility all the way from the end user. I don't know if an application has crashed on you, but this thing happens as well. So it would be great to have visibility even at what crashed in particular after what the user did. So we have the full visibility even into crash information. The other part is the server information. We want a central pane of management so that we know how my servers are used in terms of CPU, memory, networking, volumes, processes. We have everything we need just from App Dynamics. And even if we are using containers, we have visibility at the container level. So again, it doesn't matter where you live, if it's cloud or not, we will get the visibility you need. Last part, the database. So in the database, we will see all the queries that were done, as well as how much CPU every query is taking. So we start with the user, went to the server, now are in the database, and we can translate this into business value. If somebody is not checking out at the very last page because of an error, we can see it right away. Or even better, if we're migrating to the cloud and we want to compare how we're performing pre-cloud and post-cloud migration, we have this tool to see it. So there's a lot of value in having analytics built on top of App Dynamics. As you can see, we can see the whole business logic and the whole business value. And if something goes wrong, we can fix it. In this case, we have a better together story as well. We talked about, say, ACI. We transport the network, we transport applications on top of a network. So we have an integration with ACI here, where you can see the latency, the errors, every connection you have, and even troubleshoot directly from App Dynamics by cross-launching into ACI. Again, the nice part about this is that based on the application visibility or the application layers that we built originally, we now know if the web front end is the one that is experiencing some slowness, we know exactly where each endpoint is located and what the error is about. If it is the network, or in this case, it is the memory, right? So again, unified management for both networking and applications. So I don't know how, did you like that part, the app dynamics part?
I do, and I'll tell you, whenever I talk to customers about this, the feedback we get is just that extra level of visibility. You know, having that data and being able to do that level of correlation is, is such a time-saving thing. I don't even know how you can operate a network without some of that, frankly, anymore. Yeah. So I think the other thing you wanted to talk a little bit about was kind of this move. We've been talking a lot about going from reactive to proactive.
Correct.
So kind of along the same lines, a lot of what is changing, or I would say some of the coolest innovation coming out of data center space at the moment, is really this ability to collect data and analyze the data, and then also use it to make useful remediation insights. So we have this new tooling called Assurance and Insights. It's kind of a package with network insurance and our network assurance engine and network insights. And really the biggest piece here is just that we're able to do things ahead of time. So being able to help you make better decisions around everything from software upgrades to what resources are being used or how much resources are being used in your data center. Anyway, I know you're going to take us through it, so why don't you jump into it?
I guess the best troubleshooting is no troubleshooting, right?
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at how that works. So basically, going back to my ACI central dashboard, in this case, I have an anomaly detection and advisory message that says, go to your site on Miami, in this case, which has an upgrade advisory. So we're getting an advisory because there's a potential vulnerability that may hit my environment. So in this case, we can tell you as a customer, well, basically there are these two devices potentially affected. Again, nothing has happened yet, but they may affect your environment based on your configuration. We don't want that to happen. But before we upgrade, we want to know the impact of that upgrade. So we can verify if I will be impacted if I start upgrading. In this case, I can see the impact of change before it happens. Next, we can perform the upgrade with full confidence that there will be no impact, right? So we automate the upgrade directly from ACI by doing one node first, one of the two affected nodes, then the second one, again, fully upgraded, no disruption at all. And the last part is how do I make sure that everything is working after the upgrade the way it was before? That's where Network Insights covers that, because now we can compare the before and the after. If something didn't go right, well, that's great, because now I know immediately. I don't need to wait for the user to be complaining about, hey, my app is not working right, and then go fix it.
Yeah.
All this is proactive, right? So proactive advisory, proactive network management, if you will, and everything is done directly from ACI. So again, I think this is something that we have changed quite a lot in terms of
there's a couple really big pieces that you mentioned there too, just around a change in general.
Yeah.
So if you think about, we've been pretty good as an industry at automating changes, right? Scripting, off-the-shelf tools, homegrown tools. But the time that you spend modeling a change in a development environment, or all the post-validation that work you do, is really eating up the majority of the time. So what I love about what these tools are doing, it's really helping out in that before and after, right? You know what the impact is. You can set your change control policies to align better with the business needs.
Correct.
And then afterwards, you're kind of guaranteed that things are going to come back up. Tie that in with AppD, tie that in with some of the other multi-domain integrations we're doing. These are really really time-saving. So,
right, Danny.
So the other thing, I think that actually probably ties directly into cost, right? So, I know we're going to go a little bit into, you're going to take us into CWAM and what we're doing with Intersight next, but I think all of this is really about time saving and how do we cut down on that operational expense that we see, and letting our valuable employees spend their precious time on the R&D side of the business and not waste it in troubleshooting things that just not a good use of their time, frankly.
Yeah, and just think about all that CPU, all that storage, right? Just as we covered network before, and now we go compute and storage.
Yep.
All those wasted CPU and memory resources
totally.
that are not even used, right? So what we came up with, by the way, it's called Intersight Workload Optimizer, right? So the nice part about this is that embedded on top of Intersight, and as one of those modules, we're continuously optimizing and right-sizing the applications, again, based on AI and ML. So not only we have that for networking, we have that for CPU, memory, and even in a cloud-agnostic way, as you will see in a minute. So should we take a look at it?
Yeah, please.
All right, so let's go back into Intersight. So logging into Intersight, now we have a new dashboard for it. That's what we will be announcing tomorrow, so I don't want to spoil that. But basically, the first thing is this is totally agnostic. We can just add the credentials of any resource you have, any hypervisor, any storage, any network, any cloud. It doesn't matter, just provide your credentials, and from there, we will start analyzing how you are behaving or your infrastructure is behaving today, and providing you with specifics on how you can optimize not only your investment, but also your utilization. So in this case, for example, we can see there's congested, a CPU that is congested. In this case, Workload Optimizer is telling us to move it, or the other use case, among many others, is scale up or scale down resources like memory or CPU. The nice part about this is that based on these recommendations, the only thing we need to do is now click on the actions we want Intersight Workload Optimization to perform, and it will be done automatically. Next time, if I don't want to go and click so that it gets performed, I can create automation policies. So I can say, Intersight, next time you want me to move a load because of congestion, just do it automatically. I don't want you to tell me so that I go and click and then perform the action. The other part that is quite interesting, Danny, is we do predictive analysis on your resources. So again, doesn't matter if it's on-prem, doesn't matter if it's on cloud, we will tell you how much more you have till you exhaust your resources, and even how much more investment you may need at some point. Another one that our customers have quite a lot is cloud migration. We can tell Intersight in this case, hey, just move all my VMs to Amazon. How would it look like? Well, basically today, some of our customers try to perform the same analysis, and most of them underutilize or overutilize resources. So if they purchase the same amount of resources at the cloud or on the cloud, that would cost in this case around $22,000. 93 out of that 109 machines are over-provisioned. We will make sure you always run with the right resources you need. Not only that, but we will also tell you where to place them, what the best possible location, how much it will cost, and then also the actions you need to perform in order to move and migrate those loads to the cloud. So again, this is extremely good because this is ongoing. This is not a one-time thing. Yeah. We will always continuously be optimizing things. You remember App Dynamics, right? So the other part is how my infrastructure is impacting my business. And well, a better together story with Cisco comes whenever Workload Optimizer plus App Dynamics build up. And we can, for example, in this case, detect a yellow light saying, well, my business KPIs are not being met, and that is because of infrastructure. CWOM detects it, or Intersight Workload Optimizer detects it, and we can execute the action so that in this case, we scale the memory up. After we do those recommendations, well, basically we're having a self-driven data center, right? We can refresh the window, and now all of a sudden, everything looks green. So again, everything is greater than before, fully automated, and now we have a proactive operations way of doing things instead of reactive. So Danny, what do you think about that? Any last minute thoughts that you have?
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, again, there's just so much data out there, and having the tools that can collect it and make these insights and correlation for you, not only are we saving people money, but we're saving resource money. I mean, that's really what a lot of this is coming down to. And more importantly, I think we're offering our customers the ability to give their customers just a better service, more uptime, more agility, faster time to value, so that they can start to see revenue, be better, be more competitive. So, I mean, these tools are amazing. I love watching all these innovations come to
Excellent. Tomorrow we will have a keynote and we will have all these great announcements.
It's going to be exciting.
Hopefully they can join.
Tomorrow's a good day.
Danny, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Carlos.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
So let me see what I learned from Danny today. And the very, very first thing is we can monitor everything now. In today's world, it's not a matter of monitoring the network only or monitoring the compute part or the storage part. We have 3 lenses that are fully integrated to one another, and we can reduce the troubleshooting points for application and infrastructure. Second part, we can optimize your investments. Through Intersight Workload Optimizer, we can see ROI within 90 days or less, and we can increase utilization in 20%. We also saw cloud migration and other things that are extremely useful. And the nice part, again, this can live on any cloud, anywhere. It doesn't need to be Cisco gear. The third part, we can enable self-driven data centers, not only with network insights, but also with Intersight Workload Optimizer. Again, we can automatically right-size your infrastructure, get advisories, get, again, assessment and change, which may be network or cloud migration, and simulate some of those. So again, really, really useful to leverage AI and ML to the fullest. So with that being said, now let's move to the last section of this episode, or this, I wouldn't say episode, I want to say this segment. And well, basically I have here my good friend Andrew Tennant, who's one of the regional managers in data center networking in the Worldwide Sales Organization and partner in crime several times.
That's right.
So I wanted to bring you in for one of those topics that is always very important, and is security, right? So how have you seen security play an important role in today's IT?
Well, Carlos, look, as we can see by the folks walking around here at Cisco Live today, right? Security is on everyone's mind. It's absolutely part and parcel of what we do inside and out in every one of our customer conversations. Now, when it comes to the risk and the cost involved, the ROI is obvious, right? The average data breach itself is over $3.5 million just for a single data breach, right? And the massive damages that have been incurred by companies just in the past several years have been just outrageous.
Yeah.
Trillions of dollars lost, right? So the good news is there's a built-in reason to have these conversations, because the downside is so substantial.
Oh man, I know. I mean, these hackers are becoming more and more sophisticated every single time. So what are we doing to protect our customers, Andrew?
Yeah, so from our standpoint, when it comes to the data center, right, you can't secure what you don't see, right? So first and foremost, we have to understand what's actually going on. And to do that, we use titration as the foundation, right? Titration is like turning the lights on in the data center. We can see the flows, we can see the patterns, we can see the traffic. And once we have that and establish that framework, then we can begin to act upon that. Okay. And that's crucial, because what it allows us to do is, in an intent-based networking approach, we can take what we've learned from that titration approach and apply it to workloads both in the infrastructure itself, tied into anything going on at layer 4 through 7, and then ultimately we're going to tie that back into all of policy that goes end-to-end wherever that workload happens to be.
Excellent. Consistency is key, right? If we don't protect consistently, then I guess we are not protected at all.
Consistency is important, that ubiquity is important, but also, again, that anywhere approach. We have to have a consistent policy regardless of what type of workload and where that workload may exist.
Okay, and I guess we were discussing before the section, encryption is also not a good one, right? So
yeah, so it's great if you have policy telling things, what can talk to what, that sort of thing, but you still have to secure the actual payload and the traffic between these things, especially if they're traversing an arbitrary path through public clouds, private clouds, hybrid spaces. So with that, encryption at all layers is crucially important, and we have solutions for that.
So let me show you a little bit of a demo, how we do layer defense. Sounds good?
That'd be great.
So let's move on to titration. As we can see, we have a security dashboard where we're analyzing multiple things: vulnerability scores, process hash, attack surface, and wait, actually that score that you see from A to B+, so it seems that our forensics score just went down. So it seems that there's an endpoint, in particular the first one, that their vulnerability score is now at 50. So, well, we can double click there. By the way, it can be living on top of Amazon or any cloud. Again, this is totally agnostic to the hardware it is living on. And then we can get the full visibility of every command, everything that happened inside that workload. So that's really good, because now we can see there, if you can see as well, that there's this process, in this case, Tomcat, that's a web service, right, that just executed this command called wget. Wget is a download command. So basically, my web service process is downloading something from the internet.
It shouldn't be doing that.
So that's a remote code execution vulnerability. In this case, they are downloading this program called Minitools. So the nice part with titration is that now we can explore every single flow that has happened from in a historic standpoint. So let's take a look a little bit deeper into it. And we can probably say, hey, I want to see titration every flow containing the recently downloaded program, which is called Minitools. Again, we can see every flow from there, and then we can filter and say, well, I want to see who this is sending information to. Actually, this is an IP in China, by the way. And then we can also see which port it is using. Do you remember that you said that titration performed an initial application dependency mapping to understand who's talking to who?
Absolutely, yep.
Well, we can now compare that communication that we suspect is vulnerable, to my initial ADM, or application dependency mapping baseline. So let's do that. Let's put the source and destination address and the provider port, and as you can see there, it says that it should be denied. So this is happening when it shouldn't be happening. With titration, the only thing that is separating us from being secure is a single click. So we can say, I want you, titration, to enforce policies, and my agent that was reporting all the flows now becomes a firewall.
Yep.
So this is true microsegmentation, no matter where it's running on. Now, we can extend that policy, as you said, on the next layer, which may be the network. So probably you cannot install an agent on a mainframe or for whatever reason on a server. Well, you can define exactly the same network policy in terms of security now on ACI. Hey, you want a firewall that may not even be Cisco, it doesn't matter. Same policy, just drag and drop and integrate it into ACI. We're totally agnostic and integrate that policy in depth. So with that being said, as you can see, we can see a lot of things with iteration. But also, we detect threats. And this is extremely important because we're constantly running threat protection and detection. So based on Talos, our intelligence group, we're constantly comparing the loads within each one of the workloads that are happening and the agents against our intelligence systems. And not only do we do that in iteration, but we also do that on intersite. Again, so you're consistently and constantly protected, leveraging the full power of Cisco, in this case with Talos. So I don't know how that looks like to you.
It's fantastic, right? It's the key is find it, remediate it as quickly as possible. That's what it comes down to.
Exactly.
And leverage the power of the broad customer base to be a sensor for your own network. So
Correct.
you can find something somewhere else, bring that knowledge to bear.
So with that being said, I think we're extending that outside the data center, right? So we're going to bring this to the campus and to the WAN, and making sure the policy is consistent, correct? So
Absolutely.
Again, the policy will go anywhere your applications or users go.
And that, what's also important, I just want to come back to one thing we talked about. Let's never forget the simplicity of encrypting traffic everywhere it traverses, right? Because that's so essential, especially as the data lives everywhere today, so do the flows. So whether it's MACsec at the server side, whether it's IPsec out to clouds, whether it's CloudSec itself, right? We need to make sure that we're leveraging our differentiated benefits for our customers' behalf.
So it's a two-way play, if you will, right?
Yes.
First policy from the data center to the campus using ACI, DNA Center, to the WAN using SD-WAN and vManage. And then, as you said, encryption, doesn't matter the cloud, whether that's MACsec or CloudSec at the hardware level, or IPsec all the way to the cloud in the CSRs, right? So, well, it seems that we have pretty much a very comprehensive approach, but what if, you remember back at the beginning we talked about Cloud Center?
Yes.
So what if not only we deliver single-click applications anywhere, but we deliver single-click protected and monitored applications anywhere? And that's where Cloud Center plays a role. So anything we deploy, well, we can, with a single click, install App Dynamics agents. So imagine a single-click application delivered on any cloud, now it's also instantly provisioned, but also instantly monitored with the power of App Dynamics. And the same thing with security. So for example, again, if you want an application to be titration visible, well, just install it with a single click from Cloud Center, and from there, you will have immediate reaction or immediate visibility into it, start doing application dependency mapping and threat protection. So I think that gets us to the very end of our presentation. So Andrew, any last minute thing you want to say?
I think it's, again, it's not a feature or a capability, it's an approach to how we do everything. Security is foundational to what we do, whether it's in the data center, the campus, the WAN, we have to have a consistent policy approach.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew. So let's finish up with things that I learned today. The very first thing, you cannot protect what you cannot see. With iteration, you see every flow, every process, everywhere. The other part is granular visibility, automatically do application dependency mapping,
right.
and forensic
I didn't want him
analysis.
to be worried because he didn't know I was going to.
Second part is in-depth protection. So we provide not only workload application and protection, which some of our competitors do, by the way, based on a single hypervisor. We can do it for every hypervisor, any container, at the true workload level, which is the operating system. Then, if it doesn't work for you to install an agent, we can go to the network, and then we can go to your layer 4, layer 7 firewall of choice. So again, the option here is to provide consistent zero trust, no matter where it lives. Last but not least, minimize the threats. So again, we have the full power of Cisco intelligence, so that no matter whether you're running titration and or intersite, we will always detect any vulnerability and reduce that time to remediation. So with that, let me take you to my key takeaways for today. By the way, we kept running the poll for a while, and I have to say Deliver IT Services Faster was the one that won. Then migration to the cloud. So I hope this was in line with what you all learned today. But my key takeaways for you are, one, agility. We need to provide services and we need to provide them fast. So by having built-in automation plus do-it-yourself automation will help you quite a lot in any journey you have. Two, see everything anywhere. We not only monitor everything through 3 centralized point of management, AppDynamics, ACI, and Intersight, but we are also automating and creating proactive operations. And third one, we're consistently secure at the policy and encryption level. So with that being said, all these demos are available on YouTube in Cisco Data Center Made Easy, so please take a look at it and follow us over there. So thanks a lot, and happy Cisco Live, Barcelona.
Are immense if something goes wrong. The logistics are easy, but to make the puzzle work, that is complicated.
Making the puzzle work is a network of sensors spread across the port's 41 square miles, providing terabits of data. 200 calculations a minute. Wind, tides, currents, and visibility to help guide 130,000 ships a year and protect 468 million tons of cargo.
In my function, in my job, the security is the main thing. If we have the right data and the reliability is proven, we can predict what the situation will be 3, 4, 5 hours in advance, and we can plan with that. After careful evaluation and planning, everything is possible in Rotterdam, and that's the thing we are proud of.
The confidence to run Europe's largest port, and one company delivers all that sensor data safely, delivers all that data securely. Between the storied past and a modern efficiency the Dutch would call
Ongelooflijk.
there's a bridge. Cisco, the bridge to possible.